call the adjourned regular city council meeting of March 2nd, 2017 to order. Yes, Mayor Pro Tem Brown will be here. He will be just a little late. Can someone do the Pledge of Allegiance? Chris? Thank you.
Please stand. Join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready? Begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Councilmember Donchak. Councilmember Ham.
Here.
Councilmember Swartz.
Here.
Mayor Ward.
Here.
And Mayor Pro Tem Brown will be here in a little bit. First item on the agenda is a report from the Assistant City Manager concerning the fiscal year 2017 second quarter report and mid-year budget adjustments.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor Ward and council members. So our first item tonight, we're here tonight to do our long-term financial plan, but what we usually do is we look back at where we are in the current year before we move forward in looking at the forecast for the coming year. So what we'd like to do tonight first is present you with the financial report mid-year at December 31, and we'll also be asking for you to approve some mid-year budget adjustments that you've been provided prior to the meeting. So I will be looking at the general fund, revenue and expenditures, and then the major mid-year adjustments. And as I said, you had already received that prior to the meeting, so you have an agenda report with the comprehensive list of the adjustments. So at this point in the year, our total budget of $62 million for the whole year, and we're at $25.5 million for general fund revenues. So that's about 41% of our total budget. And last year we were at 42% at this time. So we're pretty much right where we normally are at this time of the year for our revenues. If you can look, this is the last 3 years. And so as you can see each year, 43, 42, 41, we're right about this point every year in December. We receive a large part of our revenue, which is property tax revenues, in December, January, as well as April. So not all of that has come in, which is why we're not quite at the halfway mark, even though we're at the halfway mark of the year. I just want to talk about property tax a little bit. It's been a good story for us over the last several years. You can see the growth that we've had from 14 to 15 to 16. So $13 million was our original budget for 16, and we're actually asking for another $400,000, a little over $400,000, as a mid-year adjustment for additional revenue that we will be getting in property tax revenue. And this comes from our property tax consultants, HDL. We meet with them fairly regularly every few months. And this is the latest news that we have on what the revenues will be getting in the current year. Sales tax, this is the 3-year history on sales tax. And while this looks really great, thinking like, wow, we've really come a long way here over year, but actually it's really more of a timing issue. If you can remember, there was this thing called the triple flip in previous years. I won't go into all of it, but what it meant was that we got our money more towards the end of the year. The state would withhold about 1% of our sales tax, and in April every year we get a big check to true that up. Well, now they don't withhold that money, so we get the funds earlier than we normally do. So while we have seen some growth with the opening of our outlet mall and the opening of the Estrella development, it's not been this dramatic. So we expect this year to end about $600,000 higher than last year because of those openings, and we look like we're probably on target for that. And then transient occupancy tax, the third of our major revenue sources. You can see that that has grown year over year. There's a lot of changes and things going on with our TOT because it also includes our short-term lodging units. And we know that we've been making some different ordinances and looking at handling those in a different way. And so where this revenue will go in the future is still a little bit up in the air, but we have seen this growth, and most of that growth has been in the SCLU area. So what we're asking for the general fund revenue mid-year adjustments, I'd already talked about the property tax piece. We are looking at a reduction in our building permit and plan check fees, and that's expected. We had a lot of building and development going on with Marblehead over the last few years, and so when we budgeted this year, we budgeted a little bit high, and so we're going to be bringing that down. There's also some transfers and some other governmental revenue, so a total of about $666,000 in new revenue we're projecting at mid-year. In terms of expenditures, similar story. We're at 42% at this point of the year. Last year we had spent 44% of our total budget. So we're pretty much on target there. And here again, you see the 3 years, 42, 44, 42. So we're about where we would expect to be at this time of the year. The adjustments we're looking for in expenditures, a reduction in salaries and benefits due to vacancies. Some of that money we're asking for in other contractual services. So we, in some areas, we're contracting out where we haven't been able to replace the staff yet. Our police contract increase there, that was due to after the contract was done, there were still negotiations going on for salaries and benefits with our police services, and that was settled after the contract was completed, and so that's the additional cost to the contract. And then there's some other smaller amounts there, some fund transfers. So a total of about $929,000 in expenditures increases. So what that means for the general fund, our adjusted operating revenues at $59 million, our operating expenditures at $58.3, leaving an operating position of 0.7. And I always like to refer to this as sort of like your checkbook at home when you have your salary coming in and what you spend every month. And so this is, at the end of the year, we would expect to have a surplus so that we're not spending everything we bring in. So this was actually very similar to the number we brought forward at budget adoption. So even though we've had these ups and downs, we're still at about the same place from our operating standpoint. And then the other side of things is the unassigned fund balance, which I always like to look at as sort of your savings account. So if we look at, we were projecting about 6.1 in the original budget before we did the mid-year adjustments. In addition to mid-year, there are adjustments council does throughout the year when staff comes with requests for additional funding. So after all of those adjustments, we're looking at about 5.3, and I'm sorry you can't read that slide very well, but it's 5.3 after mid-year adjustments. And so we also have other funds besides the general fund, and in your packet there were some revenue and expenditure increases that are being requested there. Some of them are detailed out here, but there's a longer list in your packet. And so what's next, as we said, it's the long-term financial plan workshop. And so what we're asking tonight is that you approve the second quarter report and that you approve and authorize the mid-year adjustments that were listed in Attachment A in your agenda report. I'm happy to answer any questions about this.
Does anyone have any questions? No? Any comments?
I'll make a comment, which is thank you. The financial staff has really done a better than solid job for us, and I appreciate the innovation and I appreciate the good stewardship.
Thank you.
The surplus we have since it's my first time up here. Normally, if we end up with a $700,000, we then roll that back. We roll that into.
It becomes part of our unassigned fund balance, so it's an additional savings.
Conceivably, we could end up at a wash at the end of the year, having the same amount in that if we don't pull any money out of it.
Yeah, I mean, we don't necessarily, it's not like a physical, we're taking money out, it's just sort of how they land. And so even though we're looking at that operating position at $700,000, we probably spent another $2 million on other one-time costs this year for capital projects and things like that. So if you just looked at it in pure total numbers, we're actually spending more in the year than we bring in, but yet we're expecting that because we have money set aside to do those capital projects. That
I understand, but I was talking about budgeted items. As our current budget looks,
yes,
and how we have it budgeted in, we have we're reducing our unallocated, but we have $700,000 that we have in there that conceivably can go back in there and bring it up to the same level.
yes, yes. Okay, if not, we just have to take action on this and we could go to the
Yes,
next.
does anyone have a motion?
I move that we approve the fiscal year 2017 second quarter report and approve and authorize the mid-year adjustments as listed in Attachment A.
Motion by Donchek, second by Ham. All in favor? Passes 5-0.
Next item on the agenda is a report from the Assistant City Manager concerning the 2017 long-term financial plan.
Okay, and we are going to take a moment here to do public comments on this item. So I will read, thank you, Judy. I'll read a couple names at a time. If you can stand in order to speak. First one is Ruth Denault. Yes, thank you. And the next one is Berenika Schmitz. So if both of you could come up and speak. Third is Lou Avera on the same subject. Public comments is 3 minutes per speaker.
Hello, I'm Ruth Denault. I've been a resident of San Clemente since 1953, and I'm president of Casa Romantica Cultural Center. We're very proud of our cultural center, and we want to bring to your attention that we do not note a maintenance allowance in this budget for Casa Romantica as was promised to us. We were promised $30,000 a year in maintenance dollars, and as it was understood in the beginning, any unused funds for work that was not done would be rolled forward. And we are requesting that those funds be put in the budget. And also, I did email you with this item about our parking lot. Our original parking lot was supposed to be covered by a grant that the city wrote, but it was not received. Therefore, in order to be open to the public, the Casa Romantica borrowed money from the city based on our pledges, and that money is almost paid off now. The city designated the design and materials for the parking lot, which has not been successful, and there have been many little attempts. It is always eroding and is not safe, and Dave Peter will speak to that. The pebbles are tracked into the historic home, doing damage to the historic tiles, and the parking lot is not safe, particularly at night. And a more permanent and safer material is needed for the future for our parking lot. You will be pleased that we're doing very well at Casa Romantica, and Berenika, our director, will speak to that. I'm very proud of it. I thank the city for their partnership. We love the house. It's an old house, and it needs a lot of maintenance. You can imagine if you were built in 1927-28, it's a lot of maintenance, and I thank you. Now I'll have Dave speak to the parking lot and our future needs.
Hi, I'm Dave Peter. I've been a resident since 1961. I'm on the CASA board. The parking lot was designed by Isabel Green to be a biofilter using a DG material. And beneath it are gravels that are supposed to take it down to the garden near the bluff. In order to make it work, you bind it with a polymer. The whole system just doesn't work. It doesn't filter. And it erodes, and it will continue to erode. What we'd propose is that you put an asphalt parking lot in, keep the brick parking areas and the tiles, and we can color the asphalt. If there's no budget money, we'd like to see it, but if not, maybe waive the balance of our loan and we'll install the parking lot. But it's going to be a liability issue for us and you in the future. Thank you.
Dave, can you please fill out a blue card?
I did. My name was on with Ruth.
Oh, you're on, okay. I still need a separate card.
Okay, I will.
Thank you very much. Berenika?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Berenika. I'm the executive director at the CASA, and I just wanted to share with the council that Casa Romantica is thriving with over 700 members, 100 volunteers, 5 to 7 events per month, and provides free programs to over 3,000 children a year for free. So we're very proud of the free services that we provide to the city of San Clemente. We're also proud of the new free Sundays for families that we have been able to instate due to the generosity of our members. So we provide an important service to many people in this city, and we encourage the council to come in April and May and see the free school tours that we provide to all of Capistrano Unified School District children. Thank you very much.
Lou Avera? Say that again.
Pronounced Avera, like Avery,
Avera.
but that's okay, Kathy. Yeah, I'm Lou Averill. I'm a citizen of San Clemente and former member of the Planning Commission. This is such a coincidence. I frankly had not intended or thought about speaking tonight, except I ran into Ruth and Veronica out in the parking lot before the meeting here started, and they said they were here to talk about the CASA and specifically the parking lot. And you may remember about a month ago, I addressed the City Council on the parking lot. After one of the heavy rains, I had been down there to a meeting one night, and it was darkness, not in the middle of the night, but in dark hours, 7 o'clock or so, and was going through the parking lot and hit one of the gullies in that parking lot, and it just about tore my car a piece. It knocked the alignment out. I had to get it realigned. It was just terrible. It was one of the gullies caused by the rain coming down. Now, you know, it's paved coming in, and it's paved around the central plant of there, but on the right-hand side, it's not paved, and there were some huge washouts. And so I spoke to the City Council about a month ago on this, and when I saw them tonight and they were talking about this, I said, you know, I've just simply got to speak again, not only as a citizen of San Clemente, but I think as just a visitor to CASA with many other hundreds who probably experienced the same thing. So I would encourage you to do everything possible to take whatever action is needed to get that right-hand side at least paved in some way. I have no idea how, and, you know, all the details would be up to engineering, but it really needs it. So I speak on behalf of citizens as well as visitors to Casa Romanica. It's such a great place, and, of course, people that come, I think if they hit that parking lot like I did sometimes, will never come back again because it was so bad. Anyway, I encourage you to fix it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker would be Bill Weibel. The speaker after Mr. Weibel is Brad Malamud, and then Cord Bauer. And I'm sorry if I did not pronounce your name correctly.
Oh, that's fine. Bill Wabel.
Wabel, thank you.
Madam Mayor, council persons, and city executives. I'd like to throw out a few comments. I've been a volunteer with the police senior volunteer program for the last 12 years. And I just want to mention a few things that are below the radar on some of the things that go on. You see some of the routine stuff of traffic control, special events, those kinds of things. But within that, along with the direction of the Chief of Police and Sergeant Hartman, we undertook a program to try to bring more tools to the deputies in their cars and on the streets. So we initiated a program a few years ago where we captured monthly data on certain crimes and then plotted them on a map in the debriefing room. That gave them a graphic picture of what was going on in what areas for these specific crimes. That got upgraded more recently by taking fresher data and capturing it in 3-day increments. We were able to present to incoming shifts. If you're not aware, the deputies work a 3-day shift of 12-hour shifts. And this was intended to give them a picture of what happened the last 3 days. And this was also presented in a manner that it could be pulled up in the cars of the deputies. It was not a map on a wall. It was on the internet and in the cars for the deputies to use. In addition, we were able to capture and deliver to the deputies on patrol the parolee information, which actually became more informative than some of the other stuff. My point in this comment is to share with you that some of this stuff is going on and being directed by the management of the police department that doesn't get a lot of press, and rightly so. We don't want all these things out in the public for security reasons. But just keep in mind that and this was in conjunction with the volunteers. So it didn't cost a cent to the city or to the police department. And we're continuing to get innovative, and hopefully in the future we'll even make more progress. Thank you very much for listening.
Good afternoon, Council. I'm here to talk about items 5 and 6 on the capital project analysis, and Mr. Matchnoff was nice enough to explain things to me today, and so I think I have a little better understanding than I did earlier yesterday. But I'm concerned that the city would consider spending $800,000 and they don't even know what they want to do, what projects they're going to build. It seems to be a lot of money to spend without first determining which way the city's going on the new city hall or relocation. Second thing I'm concerned about is spending money on the Civic Center mitigation fee fund. Hopefully, the city attorney can determine that money is spendable on this project. I don't think it is. We may disagree on that. But if it is spendable, I don't think it's ever spendable on ADA, because that's something that is required to be done. It has nothing to do with mitigation. So I'm sure you could find enough $2 million of building to do if the money can be spent on a building. But I think you should figure that out before you go and allocate $800,000, knowing you have to spend $2 million. So I just say, don't put the cart before the horse. Figure out if you can, are you going to do, and that just would be prudent for our money. Thank you so much.
Mr. Bauer. After Mr. Bauer is Ellen, I cannot read your last name, and then Rabbi Slavin. Thank you, Cord.
Thanks for holding the public meeting in regards to the long-term finances. As spending on safety is a large portion of the budget, I'd like to focus my time on that. In a macro sense, we're surrounded by the stupidity of California's laws. AB 109, Prop 47, Prop 57, and a new California Supreme Court ruling that allows pedophiles to move in next to children's playgrounds are what we have to contend with. For example, Prop 57 isn't even in effect yet, but will release thousands of more felons from jail. Here's a fun fact. Do you know what facility holds the largest number of mentally ill people in the entire country? It's the LA County Jail. We had a homeless, addicted, mentally unstable man burn a family out of their home last week on T Street, close to where I think many of you live. More will be coming here with Prop 57. That said, I'm highly appreciative of our Sheriff's Department. They not only put themselves into dangerous situations, but they deal daily with these soul-crushing issues. They have no idea if the crazy person spitting on them has Hep C, TB, or is carrying around a dirty syringe. While I had my initial doubts, Lieutenant Moody's idea for a trip task force, I think, has made a noticeable difference, and I do appreciate that, which is why I'm going to circle back to the budget. I've stood here before and said that I hope that safety is the first item discussed during the budget process. I've also noted that the city managers were able to offset the big OCSD increases last year without even going outside the contracted services portion of the budget. I imagine, and I'm guessing here, that this is because when you contract for 10 new officers, you don't get them in 2 minutes like a takeout burger. It takes time. And during that lag time, other officers transfer out of San Clemente, go on maternity leave, etc. Right now, I think we're in the high 30s out of 43 contracted officers. The city council know this is going to happen. And if we're going to have fewer deputies, why not ask for more, knowing this is going to happen? I hope you'll address these concerns, as they do have a direct effect on all the citizens in San Clemente and the 2 million visitors we have here every year. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Glover?
Thank you.
I had to get some help there. Thank you.
So I want to address a couple issues. One is with the homeless and with the Orange County Sheriff's Department. And first off, I do want to thank, this is the first point in time count that anybody from this council or this city has come out and done it. Councilwoman Donachek, the city attorney, we appreciate that.
And I think Councilmember Brown did it in Huntington Beach.
Oh, I didn't know.
I like to count my homeless up north when I do
Well, you
it.
got a big count up there too, okay?
how I
I mean, we are now receiving raw data, and San Clemente was actually the first city this year that got on board for a city-specific count. So, I mean, I've lived here since the late 60s, and I'll be perfectly honest, 6 years ago, I had nothing nice to say for personal reasons on the Sheriff's Department. 3 years ago, I was daunted with the task of doing the mapping in Orange County, and specifically in South County, on the point in time. A sergeant here suggested that I go to Officer Bull. He lightened my eyes in a town I've lived in almost all my life. And in the last 18 months, I know I don't really like social media, but there is a lot of people saying some unkind things regarding the homeless. It's a sad situation. We all know that. And regarding the Sheriff's Department. These guys, in the last 18 months, we have gotten more cooperation out of the County of Orange at 211 and at the county level because of San Clemente. Because Deputy Bull stepped up, and we use him as an example, which I don't, sometimes he probably says my name in vain for that one, but we got every law enforcement agency and emergency services, your fire department, your ambulance on board about the homeless. In the last 6 months, Lieutenant Dave Moody, who hasn't had to, has spent a lot of time with me and suggested things. And I tend to go off the reservation with ideas because we all know right now tried and true is not working. We can open the paper every day and see the articles of the riverbed. Unfortunately, this is a unique town. You are governed before in the past counts, we weren't allowed to count State Park. We weren't allowed to count certain areas because that is not your city and it's not property of the County of Orange. This year was a game changer. We got to count certain areas. Miss Donachek went out and we sent her to an area and she brought up the fact that isn't this North County? Well, yes, but what everybody doesn't understand is the homeless that sleep on those beaches, they don't go 22 miles to Oceanside for services. They come to San Clemente. They put such pressure on FAM, great organization, great in prevention in this town, on your police services. And so I kind of think that the emergency services are kind of getting a little bit of a raw deal on this because they are bending over backwards. They're spending hours. They sit on Supervisor Bartlett's homeless task force with me. They come to our meetings. They call me. I mean, this week I was very amazed. I was listening to my voicemails. I got a voicemail from your commander of the VFW. I didn't even know we had a VFW in this town. And the sheriffs gave her my extension and everything at work. And I just want to stress that they are trying. And the homeless migrate, and their calls, they're going to probably go up because they migrate. We're going into the summer months. That's when Trestles Beach. That's when the state parks. And they come to your town. And I think that we all kind of need to working together because over the years, I think there was a little bit of lack of communication. And one thing I will say, even with this council, your city manager, people are starting to talk and come on board and think of new ideas.
Okay, thank you very much. Rabbi, nice to see you.
Good evening. I just wanted to address the police service study. Didn't get to read too much about it, but just a little bit. I just wanted to come here and voice my strong support for what the police and under the direction of Dave Moody have done for the Jewish community since he's come on board. I've been a resident of San Clemente now for 13 years. And from the very first time that he came, either I reached out to him and he reached out to me, but right away we had a meeting, and every step of the way he's been with us, whether it was high holiday services to make sure that there's more attention giving to our center. If I didn't call him that any given year, he called me. The officers always came to introduce themselves. Whenever I had an issue in the city that I needed any more attention given, all the officers, Dave and Jeremiah and the ones that I've encountered have been professional, excellent to us. Some of you know that just recently we had some unfortunate incidents in the city. We had, right outside our home, we had a car that was painted with multiple swastikas, which was a direct hit at not just the Jewish community, but on me and my family. And we had an incident at the center where somebody tore off the mezuzah that hangs on the outside door. I think the incident with the swastika happened on Friday night, because when I came down Saturday mornings when I saw it, and I can't use my phone, but somebody called the sheriff, and they spent practically all day there. They were there from the morning till late afternoon, seeing what they could do temporarily because the car couldn't be moved. They were doing investigations then, they still are. And then when I called Dave about the center, immediately they came down. So I feel like they go above and beyond. They do a tremendous, tremendous amount of work, and I'm very grateful that anytime I see them, wherever I see them, I feel like they're looking out for us and the Jewish community. Thank you.
Gary, if you're going to speak, can you hand in the card? Okay, last card we have is Gary Hedrick.
Good evening. I kind of miss being here, but I'm glad to have a chance to speak about something like I had to dust off the old sustainability action plan and review the intention we had years ago to create a civic center that meets LEED standards. We were shooting for silver, and I know that might be worth reminding everyone of as we're considering budgets and moving in that direction. It's been a long time since that project's been on hold. I'm sure you're as anxious as everyone else to get that consolidated. But I also just wanted to take a moment to mention that I submitted some information about the San Onofre nuclear power plant and decommissioning nuclear waste. I hope you all have a chance to read it before next Tuesday, and feel free to give me a call if I can answer any questions. I'm no expert, but I've done a lot of research, and a lot of people in San Clemente Green have been very determined to make sure the safest plan is implemented at San Onofre. I know we're all concerned about the community safety here, and I don't think there's a perfect solution, but I think we can do a better job than what's being offered right now. So thanks for paying attention to that, and see you Tuesday.
Thank you. So that was the end of public comments.
All right, so I'll go ahead and start. We'll start with the long-term financial plan. I have a little bit of an introduction and kind of give you manager expectations as to how the presentations will occur tonight. So I need to stress to the council and to the public, tonight you're taking action on plans. Those plans will be brought forward at later dates, whether it's through the budget process or whether it's through separate agenda reports to the city council that then go into further detail for fiscal impact and the appropriations and so forth. So again, it's just a plan with all the recommended actions tonight, not appropriations, not authority to spend money. It'll come back in the budget or other aspects to it. With that, I'll kind of give you the summary of what the goal of a long-term financial plan is. It's a plan that identifies fiscal challenges. If you want to go to the next slide, please. I don't have a mouse. Next one, please. Get the clicker. Plan that identifies fiscal challenges, issues, and opportunities. It also establishes fiscal policies and goals. It examines fiscal trends. It establishes reserve policies and provides focus on long-term initiatives. It produces a financial plan, and most importantly, it continues to reinforce the city's AAA bond rating. One of the things that we talked about at last year's LTFP is improving today is critical to improving a better tomorrow. And that's a theme that we've been seeing throughout the last 3 LTFPs in terms of working on things today from a financial, a funding perspective for things tomorrow. The papers that you'll see tonight in the LTFP will do a presentation on financial trends, financial forecast, reserve analysis, fiscal policy, capital project analysis. We'll have information technology strategic plan brought back again, as well as the Centennial General Plan with its strategic implementation programs. We have the police services study as part of the LTFP, and then we'll close with the city clerk department strategic plan. The 5 big themes that you can expect to see in the LTFP tonight is obviously number 1 is focusing on the general fund operating position. As I've said in previous LTFPs in the budget, I always want to at least leave $500,000 on the table from an unassigned fund balance perspective, and the more that we can leave on the table, the better it'll posture us in future years as it relates to one-time purchases, whether it's CIP, whether it's IT strategic plan, or things relative to other one-times. And the next bullet obviously kind of summarizes that. It helps to fund the one-times. For fiscal year 2017 to 18, our forecast shows about $600,000 in the positive, so that's right about $100,000 over where we want to be, but if we can be more, that's always a good thing. The forecast does show, and has shown for the last few LTFPs, a negative operating position over the next several years. And so one thing that I'll stress to the council as well as to the public, we're always going to adopt a balanced budget, but the bigger issue will be, and that segues into the next item, number 2, is what money's left on the table to do capital improvement projects or other one-times. And as you'll see tonight, the future years don't paint a good picture with that money available for one-times. Obviously, going back to a larger operating position will help fund and provide future capital projects. Many of the projects need funding and staff resources, and one of the themes you'll see in the capital paper tonight is Lucidity and CMMS, how that'll help guide us through that process. And obviously, as always, we'll have direction given to us with regards to large projects. Number 3 theme, funding infrastructure, maintenance, and reserves. So 2 years ago, we started setting aside monies to start funding replacements and other infrastructure improvements that have been deferred over previous fiscal years. We're never going to catch up, but as I talked about Lucidity will be a tool that really helps us know where we need to put our money from a risk standpoint, and Ken Natz will do a great job of summarizing that in his paper. We're going to continuing the process to identify asset, determining what the fund needs are, again through CMMS. And we're also going to be looking at fund reserves for long-term sustainability. Number 4, contractual costs continue to increase. So as Judy pointed out, we received an increase in the current fiscal year with regards to public safety. For next fiscal year, again 17-18, we do have an initial estimate from the Orange County Sheriff's Department that there'll be a 6.1% increase to the current contract for existing services, and then in 2018-19, it's projected that it'll be a 7% increase. And again, those are just increases for the existing contracted services you have. OCFA, we have a long-term contract with them, which has a cap of 4.5%. For the next several years, we've already been told OCFA will be maxed at that 4.5. So for next fiscal year, we'll see a 4.5 increase, as well as in the future years. And then the theme that's always been an issue is the pension cost for both contracts and the internal employees continues to grow. And obviously many of these costs are attributed to pension costs being attributed to OCSD or OCFA. And then the last one, number 5, is probably the most important. It's strategic planning. And so one of the things that we can pride ourselves on in the city of San Clemente is we take strategic planning very seriously. As you can see tonight, a lot of effort has gone into the long-term financial plan to be that tool to help us as we enter into the budget cycle. As well, we've taken other initiatives to help with that strategic planning, whether it's the information technology strategic plan, or it's the city clerk strategic plan, or it's the general plan SIPs. All of those tools set priorities for the staff in order to carry out our objectives and goals approved by the council. And with that, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Judy Vinson, our Deputy Administrative Services Director, to go over trends analysis.
Could you give me the clicker? Thank you, Eric. So as the first paper that we're going to talk about is the trend analysis, and we'll be pretty quick with this. This is just a look back, so you'll see a lot of analysis in your long-term financial plan that is trends for various items. And so we look at 21 trends. There's 5 basic categories as are shown here: revenue, expenditure, operating position, debt, and community trends. And so each of those are looked at in terms of, are they favorable, are they unfavorable? And so when we start to see these trends go more unfavorable as we look back, that gives us a sign that we probably need to change things. And so we've been looking at this for many years, since 1993, so this is about our 24th or 25th year in doing this. As you can see, if you look at the very bottom of the chart in 93, we had quite a few negative trends. So on the left are the negative, and not so many positives. So as we move forward and implemented some different policies and that type of thing, you can see that the positive trends grew and the negative ones kind of went away. And then you can see as we move up the chart, there was a period during the recession where we had more warnings and negative trends, but now we're actually in a better position. And so actually all of our trends are either favorable or favorable caution. We don't have any warning trends at this time. And so just want to point out the ones that have changed year over year. A couple have gone up, so property tax revenue and operating surplus. And then the ones that have gone down, it's not necessarily a bad thing. It's just letting you know that something changed here. And so, for instance, community development charges have gone down because we don't have as much development. Okay, that could be a concern, but if we are prepared for that and we understand why there's not as much development, then it's okay, but we just want to point it out. Capital outlay is another one where it's gone down, if you will, from a favorable to a favorable caution. But again, it's because in last year's report, we were looking at 2015. This year, we're looking at 2016, and we had larger capital projects, larger spend. And so the concept is if we're going to be spending this much, maybe that's a caution and something to look at. But I think it was more of a one-time issue, like the Ole Hansen Beach Club was a very large project that took a lot of funding. And so that is probably, it is what's driving this. And so it's not necessarily something we need to be too concerned with. So, and this is just one of the trends, just to look at operating position. One of the things that's interesting to point out, you could see we were really tight for the last several years. 15, it was a little bit better. Now 16, that's a really large gap there, but that's looking at the end of fiscal year 16. So what happens where we project, say, 700,000, if we have a good year, I don't know if it's a good year, we have a lot of vacancies, for instance, there's savings on the expenditure side. If we didn't just spend all of our contractual costs, there's savings, and if revenue comes in higher than we thought. And so at the end of the year, your operating position may look a lot higher, but that doesn't mean necessarily that that would continue for every year. Okay, so I want to move into looking at the actual financial forecast. So just to point out, it's a best business practice to look ahead to see what's coming economically so that we can make plans, council can give us some direction if we want to change anything. And so that's really the point of the financial forecast. We actually, when we prepare it, we look out longer than 5 years. What we present to you is really the 5-year forecast, because the further out you get, there's so many things that could change. I don't know how relevant it really is. Even the 5-year, the first year's much more close to what it will end up as opposed to the later years. But we do want to put it together so that you have a chance to look forward. It's meant to be a high-level overview, so the numbers here are estimates. They're based on a group of assumptions, and if you look in your book on page 70, you'll see all the assumptions. We don't talk about them all here, but you'll see all the assumptions we made. And for the most part, we're looking at continuing current services in the forecast and adding in the increases in things that we know. So we don't try and forecast adding positions and changing things, because that's really based on council's direction. We want you to see the base level, and then you can provide direction from there. So, and as I say, this is just a forecast. The annual budget will be coming in a few months, and that will hone in on these numbers and actually be when you take action to appropriate the funds for the budget. So what does this forecast tell us, the one that's in front of you? So a couple of main themes. The economy continues to be to have below trend, uneven expansion, and that's expected to continue. Now, as we all know, we had a change at the presidential level with the recent election, and that really has thrown all the estimators into a little bit of a tizzy because, I'm not sure where things are going to go there. It's a big change. It's a change of party and change of policies. And so there is still some risk to assuming what type of growth we're going to have, because we're not sure what's going to happen on that level. But right now, what we're assuming is sort of a continued expansion, but not really robust. Another thing the forecast tells us is projecting a negative operating position in the last 4 years, as Eric mentioned. The property tax revenues continue to rise, which is a good thing. That's really helping us fund our expenses each year. We also know that contracted expenditures will exceed projected revenue growth. And we're also projecting $5.2 million unassigned fund balance at the end of next fiscal year based on this forecast, but that's before any capital improvements. And those can run several $1 million in any given year. So we'll talk about all that in a little bit. So the forecast shows operating revenues 3.1% annual increase over the 5-year period. So if you annualize the increases we're looking at about 3.1%. And that'll be important when we see the expenditure increases because it's higher than that. Property tax represents about 50% of our revenue, and we're anticipating 4.9% increase in year 1 and 3.8 average for the remaining 4 years. So those are really good numbers. We've been helped by the number of home sales, assessed valuations have risen, and as well as new revenue from new development. So that's been a really good story for us. The property tax revenue has been coming in higher and continued higher costs, so that's great. Sales tax represents 16% of our revenues. We're projecting a 1.5% increase in year 1, and we're not assuming any additional revenue for any stores or future phases or restaurants at Marblehead. So I say Marblehead, the San Clemente outlets. So as you all know, those opened in November 15. So in 15-16, we had a partial year. 16-17, we're seeing a full year of revenues in the current year. But not all the stores are open, and so it's less than I think what we anticipated originally, and where that's going to go is hard to say. We're not getting any, we haven't seen permits pulled for the restaurants yet, so we don't want to make any assumptions on when those are coming on board. But if and when those things do occur, obviously that will help our position. And then we're projecting a 2% average net increase for the remaining 4 years in terms of sales tax revenue. So if we move to operating expenditures, we're projecting 3.5% annual increase, so that's higher than the revenues. So obviously you see where that problem gets presented when your expenditures are growing larger than your revenues. So I want to highlight a few of the high expenditure categories. Salary and benefits. The forecasted positions are based on the current approved positions, no additions in the forecast. We may bring those forward at budget if that comes about during the budget process. Council just voted recently on a new 3-year MOU for city employees, which will begin July 1st. We were just ending now this year the 3-year MOU we were in. Now we're moving forward to a new one. The wage increase would be 3.1% each year, and there will also be a small increase in the city pay portion for health insurance for employees. And then employees will be paying 1.1% more for their pension each of the 3 years. So even though it's a 3.1% increase, 1.1% will be brought back to pay a portion of their pension. And by the end of this 3-year agreement, we'll have full pickup of the employee portion of the pension. We've been moving toward that for several years, so we'll get to that at the end of this MOU. Other cost increases, pension costs. So we talked just now about employees paying more of their pension costs, so that'll help the city's expenses decrease. However, we are seeing increases on pension costs on all of our pension plans. So we have several. So our CalPERS miscellaneous plan, the normal cost, which is the cost just to fund current employees, that's actually going down, but there is an unfunded liability payment, and that's increasing this year by $170,000, or for next year. Moving forward, we've been told in the last few months by CalPERS that they're going to be reducing the discount rate. And it gets a little confusing, but what that means is the amount that they expect to earn on investments, they're bringing that down. So what that means is you use interest to pay for, or the amount you get from investments to pay for future benefits. If they're expecting that number to be down, we have to increase our contributions in order to be able to pay the benefits. So this is phased in over several years, so we won't see it for another year, but I just want you to realize this is coming over the next few years, these increased costs for pension. Empower is the plan we had prior to we moved to CalPERS a few years ago, and that's retirees and inactive employees are there, and our unfunded liability payment there increases by $186,000 for 17-18. Our third plan is our safety lifeguard plan for our marine safety individuals. The normal cost rate and the unfunded liability payment will be flat. If you recall, last year we made a one-time payment on this plan of $500,000, and that allowed us to lower our amortization period to 20 years, so we'll pay off our liability quicker without increasing any of our payments. And so that's actually has helped save us money over time. But again, the discount rate change is going to impact this plan as well. And then finally, we have a safety plan that's for prior police and fire employees. Long time ago, we used to have our own police and fire employees, so we still have that liability for their pension costs. And that is increasing $458,000 this year. So that is a large number. CalPERS reduced the amortization period from 30 to 20, so it's sort of like your home mortgage, right? Was 30 years, now it's 20. Obviously, the payment's going to go up. And the reason they did that on these plans where you had only inactive members is that the time period is shortened for when you have to pay benefits out, because there's no more active employees. So these are all people who were here a long time ago. They're getting older. They're not going to have 30 years to pay off all these benefits, so they need to have the funding now.
That is very steep. Do we expect that year over year? Is this just more of a one-time?
No, that the change to the discount rate is happening here too. So we're expecting the amount we pay now, which is about $1 million, with this 458, will double in 5 years.
Say that again? I'm sorry.
Per now, they're expecting it to double in 5 years. So we pay $1 million now for this liability, and we would be paying $2 million 5 years from now.
And to provide some retrospect, what were we paying last fiscal year? I want to say it was
About
around
$600,000 for this plan. Now, the good news is, I did just go ahead, I'm sorry.
And this is because CalPERS has decided they're going to be earning less money, less interest on the funds that are there in a growing market that we currently have. So they're projecting out that they're not going to be able to be earning a significant or an adequate amount of money in the accounts that we've already paid in, and therefore they're hitting us for more principal payment to put in.
Correct.
But also they've shortened the time period to pay it by 10 years.
Right, that's two different things. The 40%, 30 to 40% will be what Councilmember Schwartz was mentioning, but the shorten the period of 458 is what you just said. Now, I did want to mention, I went today actually to a seminar put on by CalPERS about all of this. And so they have mentioned that while this is all bad news, the things that they haven't done yet is a new experience study where they're looking at mortality rates and where those are going. They're looking at payroll rates. They're looking at how the benefits are paid out and what the investment returns have been. So they will be sort of tweaking this over time. There's a lot of moving parts with it. It would take probably hours to even go through all of that. So this is probably the worst news of it. I don't know if it's going to get much better, but it may be a little bit better than this, based on what they said today.
I'm just this has to outpace literally every other budget item. I'm assuming, right? We've gone from 600 now we're up to $1 million, and it's going to be $2 million within how many years?
5.
Within 5 years.
Right.
And I mean, are we expecting a similar increase after 5 years? 3 million? 4?
No, I mean, well, I'm saying that I can't say what CalPERS is going to reduce the discount rate. Exactly.
Just from just give me a rough idea of what.
I don't think so. I think that they're looking to lower the discount rate over this 3-year period, but I don't know if that's going to happen in the same. I don't think it's going to happen again. Let's put it that way. From what I've heard today. Yes.
Okay. I know we're beating a dead horse, but still trying to wrap my head around it.
Very expensive dead horse, so it keeps hitting it, right?
So basically we're talking about the CalPERS plan that we funded back when we had our own police force.
Yes.
And this is for pension for those officers that were on our force.
Police and fire.
Police and fire.
Yes.
Okay. So now, and we converted. It was been decades since we.
Oh, longer than that.
Okay. So,
the early 90s
right.
is when we contracted out.
Okay, so almost 2 decades, and we're going out another 20 years that they're projecting it for us to be paying.
Yes.
So there's a lot of the officers that are living to be 120 years old.
I don't know if they're living to be 120, but they have said mortality rates in general have increased.
And keep in mind, too, you do have some officers who left CalPERS and then maybe went to another agency and haven't retired yet, or just retiring. So you have a different mix on that group that have different scenarios that play a role in that.
Right, it's not necessarily officers that retired 20 years ago. You could have had a 20-year-old officer here for 5 years, and then he went to another agency. But that 5-year said he was here,
correct,
he or she was here, we still owe the pension for that.
Right, but we owe it for our 5-year portion.
But we owe it on his or her highest salary when they do retire. So
wherever they ended up.
Exactly. So if they become a chief of police somewhere, our 5 years has to be paid at that rate.
Here,
possibly.
And we funded for that, and now they become the chief somewhere else, and we're funding that salary rate.
Exactly. And there are some things we can do with this. There are, you can make one-time payments. We can do, fresh starts where we're paying down different levels of this. If there happens to be this year, we earn more than 7.5% in their investments, that'll be a plus to us. And so then our rates would come down. We haven't seen that in the last couple of years, but this year, as we all know, the stock market is very robust right now. Will that continue? I don't have a crystal ball, but it is robust right now. And so this year may see a big gain. So then that would be a positive impact on this.
And just to provide clarity, Councilmember Schwartz, that model that you just talked about with the highest salary rate for those individuals, that applies to everybody, whether they're in that one or they're in the current CalPERS for the city employees or the lifeguard plan. So that model, if you will, in terms of we paid them at a rookie level and they go to another agency at a higher rate, that formula applies across the board for all of our retirement plans, just to clarify.
Okay. So our another expense item, I'm hitting kind of our larger expense items. So our police services contract, Eric already touched on this. A 6.1% increase is projected in our first estimates. We work on this with OCSD over the next couple of months, and so that number will probably change. I can't say whether it'll go up or down. Some of the numbers were estimated by them. The increased costs for salaries and benefits were based on the current MOUs that I mentioned were approved in this fiscal year, and our forecast assumes the same staffing levels as the current year. Future years average about 4.25%. As Eric mentioned, we've been told about 7% for next year and, around 3% for the following years. So it does not make any assumptions. We have a police assessment study that will be presented to you tonight. We haven't made any assumptions or changes or anything in the forecast for that. So if council does make any changes, that would obviously impact there. Fire services, Eric already talked about this 4.5% increase. That's the highest allowed, and we've been told that we could probably expect that for the next several years. We are assuming the same service level plus the addition of a fourth firefighter. This has been discussed before. There's not a grant, but OCFA, or I said OCSD up there, I'm sorry. OCFA has promised to fund the first 2 full years of the fourth firefighter, and then there's a phased-in approach over several years. So we have included that in the out years of the forecast. So obviously in the next year, there would be no cost to us, but I have included it in the out years.
Just as a point of clarification, that third medic unit will go into service tomorrow at Station 50. And so one of the things that I know both the Chief Bowman as well as the Division Chief John Abel are really excited about this resource coming on because of the fact of the service, I'm going to say depletion, it has been suffering with Dana Point and San Juan calls because it's so close to the border. So that's really going to help improve service levels for San Clemente. So we'll be keeping an eye on that. And obviously, Councilmember Brown, who is with the OCFA board, will be aware of that as well. But we're hopeful for that. So we'll see improvements in medical service.
So the ambulance program, as a follow-up to that, we assume a CPI increase only. As you all know, we're looking to put an RFP out. Right now we have 2 full-time ambulances, one from OCFA and one from a private care ambulance service. We spend about $1.1 million annually currently. So depending on what happens with the RFP and how council gives direction on moving forward with this, it could change the amount that we are going to be spending for ambulance services, up or down. So our operating position, looking at those main revenue and expenditure items. So operating position, this is what we're talking about. Next year, 17-18, looking at 0.6, about $600,000. And then you could see the following year, negative $200,000. Probably not too hard to sort of maneuver some things and make that up. But then as we move out the following years, those deficits just get larger and larger.
And going back to my original comment with the projected surplus deficit row, that's where we want to see typically between $500,000 to $1 million. So as you can see, again, we're going to be a little over the 500,000 goal, if you will, for 17-18. But in the future years, we're obviously in the negative, and it's going to be much harder to achieve a significant positive with regards to that. So just as an FYI.
And, like I like to point out, if 17-18 we end up at 0.8, that means at 18-19 we've sort of solved the problem already. So any decision you make now to increase that or decrease it will either make the problem better or worse as we move forward. And as I like to say, this is like your checkbook at home when you get your salary, what you pay, and then this is your savings account. So right now, excluding capital projects, that's how I look at it. Yes. So $6.1 million at the end of this fiscal year is what we were projecting originally. Now, remember, this is before the mid-year adjustments that you just made for the current year. And then each year, those amounts that we would have, if we didn't do any capital projects, we'd still be decreasing that amount each year, either from a negative operating position that's shown or one-time costs that we plan on spending that are not capital. So you can see over the course of time, we're going to get into the negative in our savings account, if you will, over the next 5 years with no capital projects. So this is where it gets interesting. If we add in the capital projects that we had in last year's budget, then you can see that by 18-19, we're already $7 million short to complete those projects, and then that just goes on from there 5 years out. So definitely some challenges ahead of us in funding some of these one-time big capital projects. So other things that could impact fund balance, so we just saw we have these negatives, but here's some things that could be positive. So we know that the Marblehead development happened. I talked about that a little bit already. And the last line there saying that future phases or additional stores and restaurants would obviously help increase revenue in that manner. And I don't have the Estrella development up here, but I do want to mention that that was also a very good addition for us from sales tax standpoint, and there is one large store there that is still empty. I haven't heard anything about anything moving in there, but if that did open, that could also be some additional funding that would be helpful for us.
May I ask one question? Something
Yes.
that isn't covered here, but I remember that the state dropped in about 5 or 6 years ago and just borrowed $2 million from us.
Yes.
And I remember at the time that came up that they had the potential to do that again if they so desired. Like they could reset it and redo that. And obviously they're not going to send us advance notice
Right.
of their intention to come in and borrow money. But I'm curious if we have forecasted if that will happen and what that will feel like. It's
We have not forecasted that to happen because we haven't heard anything that, the economy's in the tanking and that it would do that. In my opinion, if that would happen, that would be the point of our emergency reserve because the state will pay it back. It's a one-time payment and then it would come back. I would think that we would use those funds rather than hitting our operating and starting to, reduce services in order to pay this one-time loan, basically, that would be paid back. That's just my opinion. Haven't talked to.
And one of the things we did, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I just want to know, did we get all our $2 million back?
Yes,
yet?
with interest.
plus interest. They paid back with interest. They had to.
Right.
But they had, I think it was after a year reset, they could just do it again. And so, anyway, I remember at the time we almost assumed that they would, but they haven't. Now, this was before the redevelopment agencies grabbed.
Right.
And it was also before the vehicle licensing fee grab.
Right.
And so they may have, put some Band-Aids.
The next grab is going to be vehicle miles traveled. It's just around the corner.
Yes. So, anyway.
But we have this great train that's being built.
Yes. But that
And,
would come
there
from
may
the
have been-
emergency. That would come from the emergency, and so that wouldn't necessarily impact the general fund as much as we would have it in the reserve funds.
That's what I would think. Now, I'll do some more research on that to see. I feel like I've read that there was something passed where they weren't able to do that as frequently, or there was some sort of rules regarding that was
Be great
passed
to know
after
that.
the last grab.
Yeah,
So I'll
it'd be
look at
great
that
to
for
know
you.
And we had a couple of years ago, we worked with GFOA on some modeling and some different scenarios, and also with the whole kind of consideration of economic takeaways that could happen to the city. And one of the things that GFOA had kind of concluded is, well, all of the funding mechanisms that the states provided, whether it be RDA, et cetera, are gone. So there's nothing visible. However, going back to Councilmember Donchek's comment, there is legislation that's wiggling its way through the Capitol that could affect other funding mechanisms, whether it be the mileage or the VLF. I know there's been a bill that deals with the VLF not covering for hybrid cars and that kind of thing, and that's a discussion. So we're keeping an eye on those in terms of monitoring, but we'll have to wait and see.
Okay, so other fund balance issues below that. If you remember, we had 3 single-family lots and 24 mobile home lots that were to be sold. We had a subsidence claim that had to be paid first out of those proceeds. Actually, it wasn't first. It was sort of a I don't know, there's a whole payment plan regarding that. But anyway, sales began in 15-16. So far, we've received, this is after paying the subsidence, we've received $5.4 million in proceeds in the general liability fund. Now, we've used that money to meet the reserve requirements in the fund, which I believe are at $3 million. The general liability insurance retrospective payments, which were some payments we owed to our CJPIA, our Joint Powers Authority that funds our general liability. And then there were several unanticipated legal costs for various land issues over the last year or so. So that money has been gone into the general liability fund to cover those items. There's 8 mobile home lots remaining. We're thinking about $2 million anticipated from those, but the timing of that is uncertain. So when that does come in, the proposal is to keep $1.2 million to pay the final retrospective payments, and then to maintain the remainder for uninsured legal costs and claims, things that CGPIA doesn't pay. If we don't have any more of those, then that funding could come back to the general fund to fund some of the capital projects. And then finally, one other fund balance issue. We do still have the land, La Pata Vista Hermosa land, 2.3 acres. February 15 estimate was about $3.3 million. Council may consider other land options for that. We really haven't moved forward with anything, but if we do sell it or rent it or whatever we do with it, those proceeds could be part of, say, funding our facility maintenance reserves. Okay, so the assigned reserves. So this represents it's our emergency reserve representing 20% of our operating revenue. This is what I was just talking about, Councilmember Brown, with where we might get the funding if that happened with the state. So if you remember last year, we had a $10 million sustainability reserve and an operating emergency reserve of 9%. Instead, we've now combined those. So our emergency reserve is 20% of operating expenditures, and this is the projection for the next 5 years of where that emergency reserve would be. So are there any questions on what I presented so far?
I've got two.
Yes.
One has to do with Measure 00, which, as we know, narrowly it failed by, I think, 9 votes. We needed 9 votes for it to pass. And at the time, Finance was projecting that to be, if it had had a favorable outcome, that was increasing the transient occupancy tax from 10% to 13% of $500,000. So what I'd like to ask now is if staff could do a one-sheet with a point of view on how to go back at this issue in 2018. Should we be at the primary election? Should we be at the general election? As a council, we couldn't dictate where that money would go because that would require a supermajority vote, but I'd also like to get some language about what we could say because our intention is that those funds would be used for public safety and for some of these capital improvement projects. So, in the category of success favors the prepared mind, if we could see it now, see if it's best to go in June or if it's best to go in November of 2018, and what kind of language and we might use to make the voters clearly understand what the intention is of this visitor tax. And is everybody fine with that?
Yes, that's a great idea.
Okay,
The ballot argument we drafted specifically stated that money was for that purpose.
Right, and I'm just wondering if we just could have been more emphatic
in the drafting of the
idea. With a headline or, I don't know, but to have 9 votes be the difference between that important revenue source is just goes to show everybody's vote counts.
Yes.
So.
Well, just to add on, I'm not looking for tax increases to hopefully help us out. We got, I think, to do other things too. Maybe promote our businesses better to generate more sales tax, because I think our growth in sales tax area has been extremely poor compared to what we've done over the last couple of years as far as what's been added on. But also I think a concern is if we can't stipulate exactly where that money is to be spent, there's no way to tie future councils or future budgets to actually doing what the intent is, and all of a sudden that money goes away to do something else. And I think that's a concern that's got to be addressed.
Well, to be fair, the reason we're going into the red in the next 4 years is because of public safety increases. So the way we're doing our long-term financial plan, that money would have gone to public safety costs. I don't think any future council or this current council is going to spend money on something else. So it kind of takes care of itself, you know.
Okay, and then I had one other, which is, I was going to save for Jake, but what the heck. So what's on my mind is a legal reserve. And so on page 49 and 50 of the big binder, we talk about increases in legal expenses, and we have a pretty dramatic increase from 2012 to 2016. And so my question is this, can we treat our legal expenses with the same rigor as other large line items and do a 5-year kind of operating cost forecast, but then over and above that, we have some cases out there where if they didn't go our way, we would have a financial accountability that is pretty significant. If staff could take us through the discipline of, and again, you don't have a crystal ball, you know, what you think the outcome's going to be, and then obviously if you think it's an adverse outcome, ideas for where the money might come from. But basically employ the same discipline that you've employed with other items to our legal expenses, because with the hospital and some other things that have been going on, it's important to do it this time around for the next 5 years. Do you understand what I'm asking?
Completely agree. Just wanting to give the disclaimer, and you've already said it, we don't have a crystal ball. We can't predict who will sue us, but we can definitely deal with what we have currently on our portfolio to understand where, if this goes this direction, what could the potential financial liability or exposure be versus if we don't go that direction. And so we can definitely do that, and we can also factor the fixed retainer and general counsel costs over the 5 years as well, because those are a known cost.
Yeah. And even to your point about the crystal ball, even if it's best outcome, worst outcome, likely outcome, and it's 25, 50, 25%, you know.
Understood.
Just something so that if there is something that 3 years from now is going to be something to deal with, we have some maneuverability now to, you know, save for it.
Eric, on doing something like that, because it does involve litigation, is that something that we should be doing that is public?
You know,
I mean, I can see it internally, but
I think, you know, definitely from a general counsel and litigation, you know, forecast perspective, we can. I would probably avoid getting into the conditions or the legal confidentiality of the legal matters and the potential strategies of not moving forward on this versus staying here. But I think from a broad perspective, we can accomplish that.
as long as it stays very overview, because I have an issue with saying if this happens, this is how much it's going to be. It's almost like you're admitting to something, and that is not the intent here.
No, I think it's more. I think it's more of a financial strategy that we're trying to apply, just to at least factor in worst case scenarios within our budget as it relates to legal services, and best case scenarios as it relates to legal services, is how I understand it.
And that doesn't give any outcome.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor and Council. Scott Smith, City Attorney. That can be done as I think this is what Eric has in mind, as a sub-element of your reserves, so that in those worst case scenarios, or those 5 years with the ebb and flow of trial work and discovery, you're not telegraphing to the world your plan or your assessment of exposure, but rather than just having reserves available for it in general, there's a subcategory that's designated with an offline detail of what that's really about. So, yeah, absolutely.
Yes.
Do you have a question for Scott?
Yeah.
Okay.
We could, during, in closed session, we can discuss what we think should be in those reserves as things are going through.
Yes.
But in the budgets itself, or in the long-term plan, it'll just be a flat line item as far as what we're putting in.
Absolutely. And then how those cases progress or straddle fiscal years. We're meeting on Monday to talk about some of that, because to have it ready this year and then not use it and then need it next year is also complicated and not a great idea. So yeah, absolutely, you can have a side script about what is reserved for, and then it's just manifest there as a general category, as Councilmember Donchek suggested.
And to Scott's point, we've done a little bit of forecasting, so as legal issues come up and the council gives us direction on which way they want us to deal with those legal issues from a policy perspective, on big dollar items, we're coming back to the council and kind of giving a methodology and a cost estimate, if you will. And then in that particular case, there was, I think, 3 different items where we came to council and said we have a Memorial Care Health Care lawsuit, and here is our kind of our work strategy with that as it relates to BBK scenario. And I think in that particular case there was an estimate of about $800,000 in legal costs. The council approved, and then we encumbered that money and set it aside strictly for that legal issue. And we did the same for a couple of other of our litigation measures. So that really helps us dovetail into what we're talking about with regards to kind of the forecasting as well.
You okay?
Yes.
This doesn't cover the land settlement then, or the settlement discussions currently in place, and there's nothing on here, the settlement discussions currently in place regarding Shore Cliffs then?
No.
Nothing in
That's
here?
under JPIA. So
That's
yeah,
going to be under JPIA?
Correct.
Okay.
And then my last comment, I see Hannah is in the audience. I am so thrilled that this below to land sale program is going through, because as she well knows, getting the retrospective payments off the insurance books will be a big day for San Clemente, and it'll make our operating costs look much more favorable. And also, Hannah has done incredible work getting us out of the doghouse with the insurance authority, so thank you for that.
Yes. Thank you very much, Hannah.
Yeah, I want to commend Hannah, and just as a parting gift to Bill Cameron, I'd like to, instead of call it the below the land sale, I'd call it the Bill Cameron Memorial Land Sale.
Okay.
Yes.
I think that would be entirely
Keep
appropriate.
that-
I think
Keep that in
a
mind
gift
for
of
March
dirt would
16th.
be really great.
Yes. We
Gift that
can
keeps on
name
giving.
the settlement documents after him. I think he'd really be touched by that. Present him a bound copy.
You just need a tile. Have it
Yeah,
done,
yeah, exactly.
Okay. So no other questions on that?
Okay, so this next part is very quick. Fiscal policy. Really only have one recommended change, and it's actually just cleaning up a policy we already have. Basically, I'm just recommending that we add language to indicate that we maintain a formal salary schedule that's approved by City Council and that's publicly available. It's best practice to provide the transparency, and our retirement system and California Code regarding retirement systems require that you publish something like this. So even though we already do this and we already put it on our website, I just want to make sure it's formalized so that we don't ever drop that requirement. So if you have any questions on that, or if not, just want to mention what's next is our budget workshop on Monday, May 22nd is the tentative date right now, and our budget adoption Tuesday, June 6th. And I think that's it, other than we do have to take action on this policy change. Sorry, I kind of missed that, but.
Want to make a motion?
I move that we modify the city's current fiscal policy to include the requirement, this matches, that a formal salary schedule for every approved position title showing the current pay rate for each identified position be approved and adopted by the City Council, and that the salary schedule be made publicly available.
Motion by Dunchak, second by Swartz. All in favor? Aye. Passes 5-0. Thank you, Judy.
You're welcome, and I'm going to have.
So I'm going to pause
You
really
wanna
quick
pause?
because
Okay.
we have our consultant Matrix here who has to fly out tonight, and so I think this might be a good point to pause. If the council wants to take a quick break to eat, then we can come right back and we can begin the police services study and get that out of the way. Then we'll resume where Judy left off. And if there's any recommendations or changes to that, but I just want to throw that out there.
Okay. So, all right, so we'll break and we'll be back. When do you want to go back? 5:45. Okay, 5:40. Okay. Custodian. Let's reconvene the meeting.
All right, so what we'll do is we'll kind of do a little bit of a different tack. So we'll pause in the finance section. We'll come back to that just due to our consultant's flight schedule. We're going to go ahead and start the police services study, and we're allocating just about an hour for that from a time standpoint, just to make sure that he can get out and catch his plane. I'll give a brief introduction as the agenda or the critical issue paper that I wrote as kind of a cover to the police services report. As you all recall, we came to council some time ago and initiated approval for a professional services agreement with Matrix Consulting to do a police services assessment. Tonight, Richard Brady from Matrix Consulting has provided or is providing an overview to the draft police services study. Again, this is just a plan. There's recommendations, and there'll be many steps that need to occur thereafter, whether it's forming a strategic planning scenario and other implementation measures that we would come back with council blessing at a later date through an agenda report. And so with that, rather than me go on to any of the other items on the cover letter, I'm just going to turn it over to Mr. Richard Brady, and we'll go ahead and begin his presentation.
Thank you, Eric. Madam Mayor and members of the City Council, thank you very much for having me here again tonight, this time to talk about our law enforcement study, which is still in draft form, but we've completed our fieldwork, completed our analysis, and have put together this report, and I am going to be providing you an overview and answer any questions that you have on that. So, yeah, I did it right. So let me talk first of all about what we were asked to do in this project. It was basically a staffing study, but our principal approach to doing that was to look at law enforcement related workloads within San Clemente to evaluate not only the number of staff it takes to provide an appropriate and high level of service to the community, but to make sure that those services were organized, planned, coordinated, and meeting community expectations. It was a very important part of it. So it wasn't just getting a lot of numbers. There's a lot of numbers in here. It's really about how those services are managed and how community concerns about crime and risk in the community, how those concerns are being met. As a result, because the community was front and center in all of this, we not only dealt extensively with the Sheriff's Office to get the information in this report, but we dealt extensively with the community as well in terms of interviews, lots of other forms of communication. Importantly, town hall meeting kind of approach to getting input into the study on issues that were of concern to the community, and a citizens or community survey to which about 500 people responded. Many of them responded with volumes of information which they attached to the survey. So we felt that we got a lot of good information that way. So the way we conducted it again is a lot of interviews within the Sheriff's Office. We didn't talk to everybody. We didn't talk to everybody in patrol, certainly. But apart from patrol, we almost did talk to everybody, because that way we found out how investigative services were managed, what the non-sworn people are doing, including non-sworn people who are providing services directly to the community, school resources, the resources dedicated to some of the proactive enforcement emphases, TRIP-directed enforcement, those kind of functions, which gave us a really good idea what the Sheriff's Office was doing to provide services here, constraints they had, as well as how they used their time and things like that, and how they were accountable and responsive to the community. As I mentioned, we had the community service and survey and town hall meeting, which gave us a way to measure, in a way, community views about their concerns about law enforcement issues within the community and risks that they're facing every day, and gave them an avenue to provide direct input to us. Clearly, as you go through the draft report, you'll see that we extensively use factual information. We pride ourselves in being a fact-based organization and proving to you that there's some issues associated with how your services are being provided, and how solutions to problems that we identified can, in some analytical kind of way, improve the services that are provided to the community, provide higher utilization levels for staff, and even quicker response times and things like that. Throughout the process, we worked with the city, met with the council a couple of times, met with the city manager and assistant city manager, and importantly, met with the sheriff's staff here. to review facts and to make sure that our facts were correct, to talk about issues and to talk about alternatives as we went through this. So I think you'll see as you have reviewed this that it's a comprehensive report with about 60-some recommendations. I was quickly trying to add them up. I was hoping Eric would take a couple more minutes there. It's over 60 recommendations that we made. Most of them are not for change, but there are some important ones for changes in the way services are provided. So I think what's interesting about this study is that there are really two stories here. And I'm going to talk about two stories. And the first one relate to the facts of this situation in terms of crime in the community, law enforcement workloads that are generated within the community, and what the staff in the Sheriff's Office are providing to you under contract. The first thing, and the thing that concerns citizens the most, of course, is major crime. And the FBI defines these. There's 7 major crimes, violent crimes and property crimes, and they're of the most significance in the community, the things that are most risk and people are most concerned about, and they're easy to compare across jurisdictions, and so it's an important thing to look at. And as we look at them, violent crime, first of all, is pretty unusual, pretty rare in San Clemente. About once or twice a week, a major violent crime, a felony-level violent crime, occurs in the city, but about 2/3 of those are assaults in some fashion. They're not, certainly not homicides, but not rapes or robberies or very serious kinds of violent crimes such as that. Again, about 2/3 of them are assaults of some kind. Property crimes aren't terribly common, a couple times a day, but 3/4 of those are thefts. They're not burglaries, home invasion types of things, and but they're mostly thefts and felony thefts. Most of the major crimes have not grown over the last 5 years. It's been relatively flat. And I've got some graphs that I'll show you in a little bit. Thirdly, major crime as you compare to other Orange County contract cities, it's about average. As we compare you to other communities of your size in California and to the country, you're very low. You're in the lower ranges for major crime. So then there's calls for service. Some of these things are crimes. A lot of them are not crimes or not even suspected crimes. The call for service rate is relatively low. Now, we do this for a lot of communities in California and across the United States, contract communities, municipal services, straight sheriff's office operations. And when you do this about 300 or 400 times, you see that some trends, some patterns occur. And calls for service generation rates generally around the country are in the 0.3 to 0.4 or 5 calls for service per capita. And you're right at the bottom of that, actually a little below the average of 0.28. So you're not generating a lot of law enforcement kinds of workload. When you look at the top 10 types of things that the sheriff's staff respond to, none of them are crimes. They're all quality of life service types of things. And those 10 things represent 60% of the workload that they're handling, the call for service kinds of workload. Even during peak times, the calls for service don't get much above 3 calls for service per hour. Most of the time, it's a couple calls for service per hour. And for that, you've got 4 or 5 deputies handling that workload. So the result of that is a lot of time to do proactive things. And in our work and the work that other research organizations and other consulting firms have done for decades shows that in order to have something that you can characterize as community policing, we've all heard concepts like that, even though we all have a different definition of it, or problem-oriented policing, or some proactive stance. In order to have sufficient amount of time to really do something substantial, where you're spending more than a few minutes on something, you need to be at least 40%, have at least 40% of your time, of your total time available, to be proactive. Here, it's 44%. So they have the ability to be very proactive. So I've got some things to show that right now. First of all, the major crime trends, as you can see, they're relatively flat. Violent crime is deceptively up. The FBI changed their definition of rape a couple of years ago. And so while it's gone from 5 or 6 to 12 or 19, that's mostly because they did what they should have done all along and classified all rape as forcible, and they distinguish between forcible and non-forcible, and that's the distinction there. So if you factor out rapes or straight line that throughout the 5-year period, violent crime is virtually unchanged in the last 5 years, although it's bounced around. Property crime, same too. It's bounced around quite a bit. Overall, over 5 years, it's down about 12%. Where it is right now, you're about in the middle of that range. And you can see in those categories there that on the violent crime, that the aggravated assault is the vast majority of that. On the property crime, larceny, thefts are the very vast majority of that. So the serious things that people are most concerned about in the community are relatively rare, and enforcement efforts and other things have kept them relatively flat over the recent past. Here's a chart that shows comparisons of Part 1 crime. This is called major crime indicators for property and person crimes compared to other Orange County contract communities. You can see you're a little bit above the average, or below, depending on how you look at it. A little worse than the average, let's put it that way. A few more major crimes compared to the other ones, but still within about 5 or 6% of the average for all those communities. This just shows the variation in calls for service by hour, all days average for the whole year. And that's not atypical. You're seeing relationships of about 4 to 1 between the lowest hour at 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning and the highest hour at 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon. One of the things that was interesting, since we've worked with San Clemente on a variety of projects, including public safety projects over decades, and so I think we know something about the community, is the call for service variation in the summertime isn't as great as we thought it would be. It's during the summer months, it's about 15% more than the average for the year, and the other 3 quarters are pretty much the same. So that represents, during the summer months, a request for service of about 1.5 more calls for service per hour, again handled by 4 or 5 deputies that are out there. So it doesn't really fundamentally impact the conclusions about proactivity capabilities. So here is proactivity right now at actual levels. And we call it actual levels because, as was mentioned earlier, they've got vacant positions. If you had your own police department, you'd have vacant positions. Sheriff's offices have vacant positions too. And you have some of the consequences of that too. You get credits back against the contract based on meeting certain definitions of position vacancy, but you're within about 15% of the level that you authorize in the contract. So at levels where you actually have people in the field against the calls for service that we just showed, that overall it's about 44%. But as is the problem with averages, the distribution can sometimes be a problem. So during hours in which people are up and around causing problems or requesting police service in one way or another, you're lower than that 44%. It's dramatically lower if you look at white squares versus green squares, but there are only 3 squares that are below 30%. All the rest of them are in the 30 percentile of white or light green. So we're not here to say that 40% should be a floor for every hour. This is a luxury for many communities to have even this level. But it is a concern to say that there are distribution issues during the time when proactivity could be used most, because you're not going to be using much proactive time to do anything useful between 2 o'clock in the morning and 6 o'clock in the morning. So that's an issue. There is a solution to this. You can't redeploy your staff. That's one thing that we dispense with to achieve this. In other words, transfer proactive time from the nighttime, those early morning hours, to the daytime hours, because calls are more serious during that time. They require multiple deputies to respond. They take more time. There's officer safety considerations. So you can't realistically do it. But what you could do is is to staff the service closer to the contracted levels. And that it's basically about 3 positions vacant at any one time, and that results in this graph we showed before. So if you were to use callback overtime to address the daytime hours in one way or another, like through a cover shift or selectively do it in the summertime, variety of strategies there, you can come close to having every hour, every time block of the day, every day of the week covered at least that 40% level. That's a very fundamental choice that you have there. This, again, is comparatively an excellent level of service. But this is more excellent. and so that is something to consider. The price tag for that is about $750,000 per year to get all of that year-round there. So then there's the other side of the story. And that other side of the story is that the community has a different perception of crime. It has a different perception of their safety and the effectiveness of the sheriff's office in providing it. So going back to the employees, the community survey, and to the focus group meetings and other communications we've had with the community, the things I'm going to say aren't all negative. They had many positive things to say in all of those avenues of input. Personally, about the lieutenant and individual deputies within the contract services, and overall, they're pleased with the service. However, people don't feel safe. A majority of people, 53%, say they don't feel safe walking in their own neighborhoods at night. Even 18% didn't even feel comfortable in the daytime. Police visibility was an issue for about 50%, 53% again, of the people who responded to the survey.
Can I ask you just a
course.
question on that safety at night?
Yeah.
Are there other solutions besides police presence, like better lighting, asking residents to trim their landscaping?
Certainly.
Is there a toolbox of things we could educate the community to do so that it's not strictly an issue of, oh, I didn't see a black and white drive-by, I feel unsafe?
And if you can just wait a couple of minutes.
Oh, you're going to get there? Okay.
I'm getting there. Things like traffic enforcement responsiveness, there were significant issues in the community survey and in the focus group meeting about the sheriff's office services that they're providing here. The most incredible thing that came out of the community survey was that 71% of the people who responded said the situation's getting worse or much worse. That is quite an amazing finding. And the town hall meeting reinforced those perceptions as well.
How do you account for the sampling on those? So people who come out would obviously be more interested in have perceptions they bring with them as opposed to typical residents. And so how do you balance that out from a reporting perspective? I'm assuming you have a way of figuring that out based on a statistical analysis.
Well, a couple things. First of all, the town hall meeting, the big focus group meeting to which about 50 people showed up, I mean, there were a variety of views there, but that's not a scientific thing. It's people who feel motivated to come in an evening, spend a couple of hours talking to consultants about how they feel about the community. The community survey is not scientific either. It's not a stratified, a defensible sample, but 500 people's pretty responsive. It's anonymous. We are able to tell whether the same computer submitted more than one survey, and only a couple times did that happen. Once. So we got a lot of opinions there. There were a lot of positive things, as I said, both in the forced choice kinds of responses as well as in the narrative things that were provided to us. But these issues were pretty significant. So it's hard to read this, but these are all of the questions in the survey. It's a brief survey. But so the red stuff's bad and the blue stuff's good. And you can see on questions like seeing vehicles, I feel safe walking at night, traffic enforcement, some of the other things that there were some issues. Interestingly, and I guess I shouldn't be too surprised at this, the majority of opinions had no opinion about contract law enforcement being a cost-effective approach for the city. Not that many people responded, so this was the interesting one. Only 5% said that it's getting better or a lot better. 23% said it's staying about the same, and 71% said it's worse or getting much worse. Everybody but, like a couple people had an opinion on it. So this is, I think, a really important finding of two different findings. So what's the city and the sheriff's department going to do about that? And I think hitting people over the head with facts isn't going to get you anywhere. Their perceptions are what their perceptions are, and you need to do something about that. You've gotten, I heard tonight, positive things said about the services provided by the sheriff's department, about the lieutenant chief, and by individual officers. There's many positive things happening here. TRIP is a great idea, a great program. The directed enforcement is, you've got community policing specialists, a civilian who works with the community. You've got civilian community service officers who do a wide variety of things in support of the community. We've got the lieutenant/police chief for the community who's responsive in the way that was brought up tonight, whether it's issues associated with the homeless or anti-Semitic defacing of property. I mean, these are really serious issues for a community. So in the communities that we've worked with, where there's been less significant difference between fact and perception, the difference has been not the isolated events or programs, but it's a comprehensive program of working with the community to have them help you define what the problems are in the community, to work with the community to develop strategies to address those problems, all 49 people within the sheriff's department's contract, not just the lieutenant, and to use data to measure that success and to hold people accountable for it. And there's about 30 recommendations in there that I'm summarizing in about 2 minutes. But it's a process of engagement that says, we're not going to run away from people who are vociferously concerned about crime and safety in the community. That you're going to bring them into this and address their concerns. And you're going to be doing that on an ongoing weekly basis even, and have formal reporting mechanisms to the community, to you, on a quarterly basis for more than just calls for service and traffic citations and things like that, but what they did to address problems that were identified by the community and working with them. So it's a lot of it is a management problem. It's how do you manage community perceptions and work with them to have a solution with that. So I'm not here to say that they're not doing a lot of that. You've got a great service here. They're doing a lot of good things, and that's measured by some of the graphs that I showed earlier. But it needs to be organized better. It needs to be comprehensive. It needs to be strategies that involve the community. We've got a couple of other recommendations in there. One, to have another community services officer. It's an administrative position, but it's really designed to free up supervisors so that they've got more time in the field and less administrative duties. And to look again at the detective's workload once you implement several recommendations we have there to manage cases, investigative cases better, sharing some of that follow-up work with patrol, as well as making decisions, sometimes hard decisions, about what you're going to investigate if there's no solvability factors or they're low priority kinds of service problems in the community. So that's our draft report in a nutshell, and I'd like to answer questions you have about it.
I have one question. First of all, thank you for an excellent report. What we're being asked to do is to direct staff to implement the recommendations. If we were to make that motion and it passes, what's the time frame for what would you expect to have happen over what period of time? Because there's a lot of really strong recommendations in here.
Everything associated with the community engagement, the working with the community to find problems, direct the resources to that, and hold them accountable to that is something that you could do in a year.
In a year?
Absolutely.
Okay. And then the other thing is, in the report, it talks about this problem-oriented policing. We're just we're a contract city.
Right.
If San Clemente decided, yes, we wanted to do problem-oriented policing, but the county was not of that philosophy, how would you find the meeting of the minds in a case like
They're
that?
not anti that philosophy.
Oh, I don't know.
They're for that. They're for that.
Okay, I
but
don't know.
It's a question of...
It's a culture question I'm asking.
Well, that's a good way to put it. It's really a question of, first of all, the community engagement part, which is not part of the sheriff's culture very uniformly. Not to say it doesn't happen. But it's a comprehensive and formal approach to that, where you've set up steps of setting up community groups to meeting with them, working with them over a period of time to define problems. Some of the problems we heard tonight, more mundane things, or graffiti, or people speeding through neighborhoods, whatever the problem is. And then you're deploying your staff during the substantial time they have to be proactive, even during the daytime, to address those problems and to start measuring how they do that. And you can do that a variety of ways through the computer-aided dispatch system that the sheriff's office has, separate kind of deputy dailies that they just got rid of that you can bring back in again, ways of measuring things that are measurable and reportable back to the community.
Go ahead.
Of course, a lot of this is based always on reported information.
Mm-hmm.
So a lot of things that all our residents and visitors and businesses see often just don't get reported, or they try calling dispatch and there's a disconnect there.
Mm-hmm.
And so we're just dealing with what is the result of what actually did get to the reported situation. What do you consider to be quality of life calls? You said, what is a quality of life call?
Well, they can be things like noise. They could be things like suspect people walking through the neighborhood. They could be dogs. They could be all sorts of things.
Okay, so, and I'm going to say, I think from my understanding, a lot of what's also pushing the perception in our community is the abundance and growing abundance on the transit
Absolutely.
and the panhandling side.
Yes.
That is just people see more visible of these people than they see the sheriff coming through, and so that's giving a lot of support to that background that we're having more problems.
Absolutely. So, I mean, there's a variety of strategies there. I mean, the sheriff's department can't be 100% of that solution. Across the country today, police departments and sheriff's offices are expected to be 100% of the solution. Because they're deployed throughout the city 24 hours a day, they are an important conduit for services for that solution. But some of that partnership isn't just that we're talking about here, isn't just with the community, but is with county services and private nonprofits in the community, and solutions like that. Some of the things that I know the lieutenant has done recently.
And would we have be more effective in implementing procedures in a larger scope if we talked about going into a joint powers agreement with our two sister adjacent cities, Dana Point and San Juan, where we maybe have a consolidated or less on top, and we then have more money to spend going down below on the patrol level and so on.
This is an area where economies of scale are really important. It's not just an economic matter, though. It's if you've got the ability within your means to address this with a part of a person part of the time, as opposed to partnering with a couple of other communities to have somebody doing it all of the time as part of their job. That's the power of teaming with other communities for problems like that. Plus the flexibility, because problems move around every day.
Yeah, so if we need 1.5 patrols in this certain area at this certain time,
right,
you can accomplish that because the other 1.5 they're doing in an adjacent location.
Exactly.
Right. Chris?
You seem surprised by the results of your study not getting up with the perception of the community. that an accurate statement?
I think the amount of difference was surprising to me.
So how often would you say that happens in these studies?
Fairly frequently, but not that much.
But not as big a disparity?
Not as big a disparity.
Okay, and how many?
Because more of the communities we work with have higher crime.
Okay, so the disparity is more reasonable.
Right. Yeah, right.
And how many of these studies do you do during election seasons, typically?
Election seasons?
Yeah.
I couldn't tell you. It's not just elections. It's, I mean, the economy's doing well. Your city included. I mean, there's a lot of studies right now because there are deferred problems over 10 years that the communities are grappling with and have some resources to look at them, and they're tired of saying we can't look at it anymore. So, yes, there's been a lot of police studies, an awful lot of police studies in the last year, but I don't think it was so much an election cycle driven thing.
Okay.
I'm curious about, in terms of implementation, have you ever made a recommendation or evaluated public safety task force, either comprised of councils, commissioners within the city, residents, police department management, as well as officers? Can you just give me a little insight into how those work, either from an implementation side or from a management side?
The kind of alternatives you just mentioned are what we're talking about here. I don't know what's going to work best for San Clemente. Some of them have no elected officials in them. Some of them have just elected officials in them. Usually it's some combination where community leaders, including the council, are leading this strategic planning, this law enforcement strategic planning process with the community. Because ultimately you're accountable because you control the purse strings and the setting of policy within the community. So your involvement is very important and provides some legitimacy to the process. So the council, in the ones that work best, the council is involved, either directly or regularly. Directly, I mean they're actually in these groups, the task forces or whatever. So sometimes they're very decentralized and they're neighborhood oriented. Those tend not to work the best because there's no centralized accountability for it, and it's a variation on what you've got right now, that you're responding to problems as they come up in individual communities. You need something that brings it all together so that you're able to prioritize what's important for the city overall that may be neighborhood oriented right now.
Just generally speaking, do you see these task force used to procure feedback, or are they primarily used for implementation and change?
Both. Yeah, certainly they are the instigators, what's the right word, at the beginning. They're helping to define the problem at the beginning.
Okay.
And then they shift. Well, it's an ongoing role for them, but after that initial strategy is put together, their role shifts to accountability.
I have a question. On all these measures that you're recommending, the ones that involve our contract or staffing, that's going to be done very soon, because we're getting ready, to initiate a new contract fiscal year budget. So all of those you would expect us to try to implement those now and start a dialogue with the Orange County Sheriff's Department.
The couple things. The only recommendation we've made for changes in staffing is the community services officer.
But you're made recommendations for staffing levels, and that seems to be overall what our issue is in this community, is the staffing levels. So those will have a big impact if we ask for those levels with our contract.
The staffing levels that you're contracting for result in a very high level of service. So you'll see in the draft report, the last thing is that we've made some observations about the contract. Most of those are itself, in terms of how they count things, what you're accounted for, regional kinds of options, overheads, and things like that. Most of those things are not observations or recommendations that can be implemented by you individually as an individual city with the sheriff's office and the county, but something that's food for thought for all the contract cities, because you all share that. And they're not going to make that change for San Clemente, most likely.
They are not.
Well, they have a common approach.
It's not their method or how they operate.
they have an approach for providing service, and that includes the direct service that you ask for and indirect things that you sometimes need and ask for. And so contracts have approaches for doing that. So we said, yeah.
Service, for example.
The helicopter, for example. We made the observation in this that you should ask about that because it's not something you use very frequently at all, and that in the rare time when you did use it, perhaps you can have a direct service charge for that rather than having it be some multiplier as part of the contract. So there's lots of things like that, but that's not something you're going to do right now.
Okay.
What would be the size comparison of, or do you know, based upon what our current contract is, and if we combine the contracts of the three cities, how would we rank as far as in the sheriff's department's various contractors?
Oh, you'd be one of the largest, if not the largest.
Interesting.
And that may give us leverage.
So finishing up my questions, when you talked about regular progress reports, I'm assuming you're talking to progress reports to our city manager, to city council, but also to the community.
Yes.
And one thing that I heard from another police officer that in other department is they did customer surveys, like a consumer, they sent something out to someone after a call. How did we do? What were your perceptions?
Yeah.
Who would initiate something like that?
The survey should probably be initiated by the city. You can use the survey we did. That way at least you see progress, hopefully, in those attitudes.
So it's something that the city council could say, we want to see that sent to, I don't know, every third call.
You mean do a feedback kind of a thing?
Feedback.
Yeah, sheriff's offices typically do that, but they want to see the results of that, and they want to know that it represents all the feedback that was given to the sheriff's office from the times that they issued those cards. So, but the community survey, like the one we did, is a valuable thing to do too. It costs almost nothing to go up on SurveyMonkey and announce it through social media and your website and at council meetings and have people respond.
Okay.
Have it as a dashboard of community perceptions. Have it always up there.
Yeah, that might be a great thing to tie in with the task force. They can set up regular reviews and do that survey and then talk about it.
Yeah.
Okay. Any other questions?
Thank you.
Do you want a motion?
Sure.
Well, before you do that, I thought we were going to have some discussion on this.
Let's do that.
Yeah, I'm not going to be supporting any recommendations tonight, this evening, without at least hearing first from the Sheriff's Department. I think it'd be premature to accept this gentleman's recommendations without hearing what our contractor has to say about at least some of these things.
Okay, so you're asking for him to come up now?
If you'd like to, and quite frankly, there's a lot of recommendations in here, and just at the surface, they all look like reasonable recommendations, but this is something I think that we need to look at more in depth, just not in the LTFP process, and make recommendations.
Okay, so before we do a discussion, could the lieutenant come up?
Now, I'm sure you have an opinion for every one of those recommendations, right?
We just go down the line.
Yes, I do, but I'm going to keep it brief. No. I can appreciate the survey, and I want to thank the city for doing the survey because, it's important to us to understand what the citizens feel. If the citizens are showing 71% that crime is going up and it's getting worse, we need to know that. And sometimes we don't get that litmus test, from our daily, activities and interacting with the businesses and the citizens in general. So I appreciate that, and we're going to work forward to try to rectify that problem, because I do identify that as a problem too. As I was looking through this, I actually came up with and I'm in the process of coming up with a strategic plan to try to implement in the next. I don't know, I'm not going to put a timetable on it because it's still in flux. But one thing that I'd like to do and ask of the council, because of some of the things that have come up, is maybe the second council meeting of the month, if I could come up and give a 2 or 3 minute dissertation as to what's going on with our trip team, what's going on with accidents, what's going on with some of the information that you were getting on a dashboard when my part-time crime prevention specialist was able to put it out. I think that would be a good start for the community to be able to hear what's going on and maybe try to change some of the perception that's out there that way. The other thing I'd like to do is start a Chiefs Advisory Council made up of the citizens of San Clemente so that they're not inhibited by any of the government here of the city. And I can pull together people from the media, pull people from the religious sectors, DBA, the chamber, all over basically a council, start out with maybe a minimum of 12 people and let that to grow so I can hear what's going on from the citizens of San Clemente. So I can hear what their complaints are and I can help project whatever we can do for them through police services and actually have a dialogue with them if there's a misconception, they can get it out to their constituents or whoever they happen to deal with. So I want to have this interaction with them. So I would say I can do those things almost immediately. There's a lot of things here on the report, and you know, some of the things I agree with, and some of the things obviously I don't necessarily agree with. I'm just going to point out a few things here that just are worth talking about. You know, we talked a lot about the traffic in the city. And there's a lot of people concerned about the traffic, especially with the opening of La Plata and Del Rio. You know, there's been a lot of concerns about speed, and speed is one of the major issues that we have here in town that's responsible for the accidents. So one of the recommendations is taking the motors off of their motorcycles during the summertime and putting them in black and whites. I personally think that's a big mistake. From experience, I would say that, number one, the motorcycles, they need to be out in the field during especially those peak traffic times, because it's all about response times. And Mr. Brady actually mentioned that, that quicker response times is important. The motors are the only avenues with the geographical layout of the city and the freeway sometimes locked up during the summertime. We all know how that works. They're the only ones that are going to be able to get to a priority one call in the summertime, in and out of traffic. So if we have a call for 911 or multiple calls, the motors are the ones that are going to get there the quickest. And, by the way, I don't know if it came out in the study, I don't remember it being mentioned, the motors are already answering calls for service. They're already there doing the job. They're effecting arrests at times. They're doing what a normal patrol officer would normally do. So just by putting them in a black and white, they're not doing anything different than what they're already doing, and they're going to be able to do traffic enforcement, especially speed and those types of things in the summertime when more of the accidents are occurring. Just also another point, if we look at the, there was a mention about coming up with performance measures for the motors, to track their warnings and their citations. I'm not a big stat guy, and I know the vehicle code, 41602, the vehicle code states that we cannot have quotas. Sounds kind of like a quota to me. We can't have that. So what I've directed my traffic deputies to do is to issue citations when need be, issue warnings when need be, but be visible, be out there in the public's eye, and let them know that we're out there. I can tell you right now, the statistics from 2015 in regards to accidents to 2016, the number of accidents in comparison to those 2 years have gone down 19.7%. And that's what we're all about in the cities, reducing accidents, keeping this place safe. Look at our mission statement. We want safety, right? Less accidents, safer the people are. Also, hit and run accidents are down 34% over the 2 years. So we're doing something right, in my opinion at least. And I don't know, maybe this study shows something different, but I'm telling you we're doing something right because we're reducing accidents, and that's hardcore data right there. Also taking the observation of moving a CSO or adding a CSO to police services. Well, if we took a CSO and we put her or him into a role where they would be doing administrative work for the administrative sergeant, they're working out a classification. There are MOUs that protect that from happening, and we got to be very careful if we even go there to try to put administrative work, that's sworn work, into the hands of a CSO, because we can get ourselves in a lawsuit. So we don't want to do that either. I wasn't asked about it, but I will tell you right now, I think one of the best things that we could do if we want to take some of the responsibility off the admin sergeant to have him overseeing the detective bureau and overseeing the trip team, which would be a good thing, is add an administrative deputy. We don't have one. Many cities do, but that would alleviate some of the load instead of a CSO. Also, adding a crime prevention specialist will help immensely. The Citizens Academy that we've had in the past was great. Joe Bull did a great job. It was really effective. Many of you on the council attended it. If we could bring that back, that would be great. But Joe Bull is now part of our TRIP team, so now we don't have anybody to run that program. So I would offer, if we're going to try to increase services, especially get out in front of the public and present that positive message, bring a full-time crime prevention specialist back on the table and allow us to use that person to put together some of these things, such as the Citizens Academy. And they can do other things also in addition to that. National Night Out, Neighborhood Watch meetings, more. Right now we have a part-time crime prevention specialist that's been out on maternity leave for a couple months and will be out for a few more months. So I've been having San Clemente Police San Juan Police Services crime prevention specialist field some of the calls from the citizens here that are interested in Neighborhood Watch. That shouldn't be happening. We should be able to do that and accomplish that on our own. So that's just a few of my observations. That's a few things that I'd like to see as we go forward without tackling all these things one at a time. But I'd be happy to do point counterpoint, in a white paper if that's what you'd like to see. Not a problem.
I have just a quick question. Let me ask something. You mentioned the motorcycle cops. They need to be out to prevent speeding and that. If we were fully staffed with patrol, and those cars were out in the field and they showed a presence, because we're seeing that there is a lot of time to be able to do that. What prevents those officers from giving a ticket or stopping, or the perception of people that they need to slow down? Why is a motorcycle cop different than just a patrol car?
People get black and white fever, whether it's a motor cop or whether it's a black and white unit. It still has a huge bearing and effect on driving. That's proven. People see highway patrolmen, they slow down, right? I mean, we've all been there.
Are they able to give
and
a
they
ticket?
do give tickets. They do currently give tickets. They always have.
So say when we have, I think it's happened twice where our city was in gridlock, a crane went down, there was a grenade. Those are the two that I can remember.
Sure.
If the motorcycles are available, our patrol can't get on those to go out. Is there a safety issue?
There's a whole training issue there. Yeah.
So they're not on it all the time. It's not safe for them to just.
Correct. And that's another thing. If you take the bikes off, the motors off the bikes for 3 or 4 month period of time, they've got to go back through a whole nother training regimen, because there's a whole new learning curve. They've got to get back in tune with their bike on, and so that becomes an issue as well.
Is there a period of time where they could be off the bikes and go back to, or be in patrol and then go back to the bikes?
We've utilized them in a patrol capacity in the past already.
But they're on a bike?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
Yes. They've responded to calls for service on bikes, yeah.
I'm going to suggest we keep it at a high level for tonight, because
but
what I was hearing from the report is that the seasonal demands of summer aren't as extreme as we thought they were, and the report gives some ideas of how to move the resources around, and the motorcycle was one example.
Right.
What I'm really looking forward to is your strategic plan of, we have this learning, because as good as Matrix is, they aren't boots on the ground like you are.
Right.
And so you'll come back and say to us, this is what the summer's going to look like, as opposed to right now getting into whether the motors should be on or, in a black.
No, I just wanted to hear his opinion.
Yeah.
Chief, I'm curious as to whether or not, if we were to appoint a task force comprised of members of this council, maybe some of our commissions and committees, with yourself and members of the public on it, being able to go through and reconcile the recommendations with your feedback, and then being able to come back to this council with an approach. Now, there's certain decisions in terms of salary additions, officer additions, and things, I think they're fairly straightforward, that we can take action without the benefit of a task force. But there's a lot of things in here that we could spend 3 whole nights discussing and trying to get that figured out. Are you open to the idea of a task force? Is that something that you could collaborate with and maybe do some of these decisions? Yeah, it doesn't sound like your idea of doing a Chiefs Advisory Council is brilliant. But this is more of this, when I'd say the task force would be more of an advisory body on these implementation measures. Because what I would hate to do is to either take all of what Matrix is for, face value without understanding the situation on the ground, but also discount everything without reconciling the two, because we've got all these great implementation measures, recommendation. So I'm thinking that a task force is better to digest all that information, figure out how it fits with our community, and maybe make a recommendation back to this council for adoption. So is that, that's kind of what I'm
I'm
conceiving.
completely open to that. I'm completely open to what the council wants. I mean, I'm trying to just come up with creative ways, and a strategic plan to try to combat this as much as we can. I mean, honestly, and I'm just going to try to sum it up with this: our state laws are working against us, and we're seeing it already today, and we've seen it in the past, with Prop 47. I know that's a dead horse that I've beaten several times, and so a lot of these problems are generated from that. If we can come up collectively and collaboratively, that would be great.
Well, we're still talking about working on, given a general direction. I think what we could maybe agree on is the fact that we want to move forward, making adjustments, but working with Dave and the sheriff's department and coming up with the best details to pull out of or maybe tweak in the report. So let's direct staff to, yes, we're going to be doing this, but the details are going to be accomplished through some additional meetings.
So let me make a recommendation and see if this will stand. So I would like to recommend that we create a task force, a public safety task force, and it would be focused primarily to start around the Matrix report, right, and the implementation measures that have been suggested here, and then also the items you said today, which all sound great. I would think that would maybe be 2 members of this body, a planning commissioner, a Beaches Parks and Rec commissioner, maybe even a human affairs commissioner, and then 4 members of the public.
And one from at the education, preferably the high school, for one of those public members.
Education representative.
I'm wondering if we should have, I don't know, how many for the public?
Well, we have 4 members of the public.
Okay.
I had, well, everyone's a member of the public,
But we do need 4 key members who,
Well, you got 2 members of council, and the reason why I want to include 2 members of this council is because there's a certain budgetary concept we have in mind, because what I'd hate to have is a task force that makes all these brilliant recommendations that absolutely blow a hole in the bottom of our budget, and so there needs to be a moderating influence.
And how about someone from the business community too?
It depends on how large we want the task force to be.
I know. I'm trying to take one person out of the. Yeah.
So 1 DBA, 1 chamber, and then 2 large.
Right.
Well, here's my thing on the DBA. Dave mentioned it. Just because those are leaders in our community. Hold on one second. They are leaders in our community. However, I don't know that the DBA is the people that we have been hearing from that have, a thumb on what's going on in the community. I think it's our, people.
I'll tell you what, so maybe what we could do here is 2 members of the council, planning commissioner, BPNR, human affairs, because I think they represent an important aspect of communities. If we have 4 members of the public, and perhaps as part of that public selection process, which I guess we'd have to consider where we get those from, we would prioritize education, business community, and other things that we could pull out of each member at that point. Geographic diversity, want to get representation.
Yeah, because I don't think we need both DBA and chamber, but at least to have someone.
No, because you're just asking the businesses.
No, but one input might be good.
There's nothing that's.
There was language that either a resident or it might have been when the city managers, this kind of idea of a blue ribbon commission. Does that work for you better than task
I think blue
force?
ribbon is better because there's certain definitions that it has to meet.
What does a blue ribbon mean versus a task?
Blue ribbon is usually people that are highly qualified to do this, members of the community that have no political pressure or associations. Just public.
We need political.
Well, that's what a blue ribbon panel is. They do not have any political, other than,
because it has to be grounded in, we could come up with this gold-plated recommendations without any basis at all in what our community could support.
To Tim's point, if you put me and Steve on together, we're going to hire 20 more cops and it'll be over.
Okay, no.
Do you have a problem with that?
Yeah. Steve on it. That's what
if we're going to be based in the Matrix study, it has to be grounded in that.
So here's what I like recommendations. So I would say that right now that's a 9-member committee, but here's what I would say is that I'm going to make this recommendation tonight of 2 members of council, planning commissioner, beaches, parks, rec, and human affairs, and 4 members of the public. At some point, we would bring back and select 4 members of the public to be on this, and then we'd allow each committee to appoint their member, their representative, right? And we would also have to do that part of that selection process. if we need to add 5 or 6, I don't think it should be carved in stone, right? So I think we should have some discretion to be able to make a 10-member body or 11-member body if we feel it is appropriate. All I'm saying is we should create a task force. If it's too large, it's unwieldy. If it's too small, it's not representative. But I do think this is a great way of moving forward, because I think the matrix recommendations are extremely solid and places some great reality. But a lot of the points you made, there needs to be some harmonizing between the two perspectives. So I think that this task force could sit around a table more effectively than we could and represent all of those perspectives with you. Of course, you would be a member of the task force, Chief.
Thank you. I appreciate
I don't
that
even know. Yeah, I didn't even put that on there, but of course, I think we absolutely, the Chief.
I think Captain England would be better. You know.
Yeah. Well, we do need one chair for someone to be grilled, so it's either you.
Well, so and of course the Chief would be on there. So, but anyway, I'd like to make that recommendation that we develop this task force and that we put the charter to them first and foremost to help us with the implementation measures recommended here, and to at least develop a plan for participation, communication, and things that are so critical at this point.
So, would you put that in with making the recommendation that direction to staff that we're going to move forward on this, and we're forming this task force to develop the implementation and how we're going to move?
This task force is going to be reporting back to this body as to what the implementation should be. Right.
However, how is that going to work with what we need to do now for
So
budget?
there are certain critical elements. I think, for example, the recommendations, I think one of the things we should determine as a body, maybe at a meeting, is that we should be able to hire, for example, I think a CSO was the recommendation, right? There's certain recommendations that I believe are necessary in our budget and things that maybe we can all agree on are critical items for implementation this next year. I think as a council, we should be able to focus on those items and maybe have secondary items under consideration. That's my feeling. Some of these things seem very obvious to me,
So I'm going to ask staff to, assuming we have consensus for your recommendation, to prepare a report for our next council meeting that outlines basically what this task force might look like, what the selection process might look like, and what the timing would be, and what the scope of accountability would be.
I would agree with that, and then also what recommendations this council should act on at that time, as opposed to waiting for the creation of a task force and recommendations 3 months from now.
Because I think on our staffing or in the budget, that task force, we've got to start doing that.
Yeah, no,
we can't wait for the task force.
I agree with that.
Okay.
Oh, hello. Okay.
And then is it our desire to still have the lieutenant do his presentation the second meeting of March?
I think that's a brilliant idea.
Yeah,
I think it's a great
so too.
idea. It's very illuminating. Or whomever, Chief Deputy Bull comes up, it's always very informative. Whomever.
No, it should be you. You're the man.
Yeah.
Right.
You've got your Kevlar on today.
Dave, part of the problem when you do come up and you give us that, what are you calling them, those stats that you do? Dashboard. The community has misconstrued some of those, the rapes and things like that, and it's gotten out of hand. So how do we combat that when we do those?
Better communicate, just better communication, I think, is
So I think
one of the keys.
when we do that, we need to say, this is,
Right.
I know you're restricted somewhat to what you can say, but
Right.
I don't want it to get where people are scared and it's
Well-
unduly scared.
Well, and I think part of the problem, and I don't know how you all feel on this, but I think part of the problem is social media, because social media, it kind of sometimes takes an issue, and it is an issue maybe, and it blows it a little out of proportion. We don't have all the facts. There was an incident that happened on Del Mar, from what the deputies told me recently. It wasn't a carjacking, it turned out to be a hit and run, and so, but social media was blowing it up as a carjacking. There was another issue, supposedly a body found at the high school just a couple days ago, right? I mean, and that was unfounded. But yeah, and it's reality to a lot of people, and then they think, oh, it's not safe to go to the high school. It's not safe, to go out and walk down Del Mar because I might get carjacked. It's you could take it so far.
Yeah, and the only way to combat that is what we're talking about, is being more communicative, getting out there in front of all this stuff, just letting people know, reality versus perception.
Right.
And that's what we have to bring the two together.
Right.
So go ahead.
I'm
Are you
sorry.
wrap
So
it
my
up?
recommendation is that we follow these items, there is a wealth of information out there about different public safety task force that I've found, and so there are a lot of best practices we could look at from other cities. But I would like to come back, if staff could come back with perhaps a structure by which we would constitute this body, implement those measures, and also take immediate action on items we think we can improve without recommendations to that panel. I think that's how we should move forward.
Can I add just one last thing? If we're going to be talking about budgetary things in terms of tweaking it in that, we need to get our financial team on board with all of that, because we do have a model, and I just want to make sure that we're all on the same page as far as that's concerned. If there's going to be future recommendations according to this, that's going to affect our contract and how that's formulated. So that might be an issue.
And I'll speak to that just really quick. Yes. We'll work with Lynn Yamada with the contracts in advance of this memo in terms of, excuse me, what budgetary things we can do, what things we can't do. I mean, we talked about the helicopter model, and we've already heard that that's the pricing model that OCSD gives with the contract cities, but we have some other ideas that we need to talk to them about how we can work with those costs, and so we'll try to get that done in advance of that memo that we'll bring, or the agenda report at the 21st meeting.
Okay, I would also like to mention that I think there's a mayor's meeting soon to be talking about the police contract. Do you?
Yes,
early
it's
March,
coming up,
late March?
right.
The 22nd, okay, good. If we could get some things in place where, you know, they're asking us now what we want to talk about.
Who's hosting that?
Lisa Bartlett is hosting that. So, you know, definitely, I think, from what I'm reading, some things that we see in here, there are going to be budgetary issues. So I think that's a great idea. The sooner that we can all work on that, the better.
Would it be possible to include within the task force to look at initiating a joint power and putting our three cities together? And
I think that's something that the task force can think about. If they decide when they look at everything and the methodology of what's being done or what can happen doesn't meet the goals of the city, then can't that be a recommendation?
I think we can establish a charter to contemplate any number of options.
Yeah.
So the charter document that would create a task force, and there has to be a sunset date on these things. We can't in perpetuity have the chief attending task force meetings. This is obvious. We've done a study. We have recommendations. I think it should have a sunset date, absolutely, but with a charter that's very specific, come back with serious recommendations. Just make sure we're all on the same page. We establish some communication. Perhaps the legacy is the advisory council, and then you can continue to have that communication. So right. I'd love to direct staff to bring that information back to us so that we could move forward with the task force and begin implementing these items. So my motion still stands.
Okay. So, Joanne, we have to actually take a vote on that? Or just consensus? Okay, I'm good with that.
Okay. Thank you, Chief.
You're good.
So you say that wasn't that painful?
No. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thanks again.
So with that, we'll go ahead and we'll revisit where we left off with regards to the financial. We'll do reserve analysis. We already ate.
Lord. I know. If there was a solid.
Yep, just catching my breath.
If you start to get a little tired, just let us know.
What did he say? No.
All right, so I'll go ahead and get started. We're going to cover the reserve analysis. My name's Jake Ron, and I'm the Financial Service Officer. So just moving through, we have 3 different reserve categories, and they're broken into operational, capital infrastructure, and emergency reserves. And just kind of I'm going to give you the quick synopsis and hit on each little area. The emergency reserves, there are no changes recommended this current year. Just as a reminder, the general fund emergency reserve is at 20% of operating expenditures, which is $12 million, or expected to be $12 million next year. And the enterprise fund emergency reserve is at 12% of operating expenditures. So again, no recommendations for the emergency reserves. The changes for the capital infrastructure reserves, we're going to continue transferring the $380,000 to the facilities maintenance reserve for fiscal year 2017-18, and we're recommending a transfer of between $1 million and $2.5 million in fiscal year 2017-18 from the general fund to the facilities maintenance reserve. As you may know, we have a lot of projects that are coming online, whether it's the city hall, marine safety building, the maintenance building down at the yard. There's a lot of facilities out there in need of maintenance work, so we're recommending to be a little bit proactive and make a transfer next year to start preparing for those costs that might be coming online. There's a $200,000 recommendation for a transfer to the park asset reserve, and that's just keeping in line with our fiscal policy. Again, that's primarily for park equipment or other equipment at park facilities.
And before we move on to the next slide, I just want to bring attention to the second bullet here, which is the transfer between $1 to $2.5 million. It's a range. We want to have a little bit of flexibility as we close out the year to understand how much we have available to do so. But one of the things, and it's kind of a preface to the CIP discussion with regards to City Hall or ComDev, no matter what we do, we know we have to do improvements at both sites, and they're costly improvements. And so while we have some money to set aside to help fund that, we need to take advantage of that, because the price tags at both facilities, regardless of what we do, are going to be significant in terms of making modifications, ADA improvements, and other types of things. And so this will afford us to not really hit future budgets as we save some of that money to hit those large expenditures. So more to come. I just wanted to point that out.
All right. And again, this is kind of a little bit being taken from the capital paper and kind of almost a continuation of last year. As we go through and we kind of go through the whole Lucity implementation, after the completion, hopefully we'll come back with more concrete information as to what facilities should fit in each category. Again, we're trying to take a nice comprehensive approach, not put something out there right now while we're in the process of gathering data. Let's go ahead and get that data, and then we come back with a comprehensive approach and say, all right, park asset reserves, that's, I'll call it the swings, the slides, a little bit more of the playground equipment. It includes this. It includes the rubberized surface and those type of assets. So as far as the operational reserves, you may recall the pension reserve, we used the $500,000 to pay down some of the unfunded liabilities. So we utilized that reserve in the previous year, in June of 2016. So we're recommending removing that one from the long-term financial plan. And then also in the general liability fund, we're requesting retaining the Bayota land sales proceeds to pay the retrospective liability. Again, we've kind of knocked off number one on our list of maintaining the general liability reserve where we want it to be. Now we're moving forward with the retrospective liability, and then the remaining fund balance, or the remaining proceeds at this time, just keep them in the general liability fund so we can pay for any legal costs or other claims that might not be covered under CJPIA. And Judy covered that a little bit earlier. So with that, mine is short and sweet, so if you have any questions, feel free to ask them at this time.
Thank you for the summary. I just want to underscore, I think I'm being the longest standing council member here and having been through the Great Recession with the city of San Clemente, now is the time to be building these reserve funds. So if you're ever thinking about should we put it away for a rainy day or do something else, please keep, especially these ones that facilities maintenance, park asset, et cetera, that are partially funded. And I think my colleagues share that point of view, but these are the good times right now, and so please put it away for a future that may not be so rosy. And to Judy's point, it's quite uncertain right now. So,
and to add to that point, this is my first go around with looking at our numbers, and I was very disappointed to see that we've kicked a lot of cans down the road when it came to maintenance and deferring it. And the the piper is going to be looking to be paid, and we're looking at some negative operating income down the road too. So we're having a meeting of two things that are not going to be a nice mix. So yes, the sooner we're able to build up reserves to handle this, the better off we are.
Yeah, and that's staff's intention as we go through any recommendations that we have, hopefully get to where we would like to be at this point. I mean, I want to say it was kind of 2 years ago, staff kind of started going down this path, and it's not going to be fixed overnight, or it's not going to happen within a year or two. It's something that's going to have to gradually happen over time. So, all right, so unless there's any further questions, we just got a recap of staff recommendations. So, if council want to make a motion.
Do we need to move these items, Joanne?
Yes. There's 6 in the agenda, and you've got 4.
There's the reserve analysis, and there's
1, 2, 3, 4.
Is there?
Direct.
Oh, yeah. One was to remove, and then
So we can just
one was
do it off the staff off the agenda.
Do you want me to read it? I'd like to move that we direct staff to analyze capital asset categories and identify assets funded for replacement in the purpose section of the facilities maintenance reserve, the capital equipment reserve, and the park asset reserves after the city's implementation. To transfer an amount of $380,000 from the general fund to facilities maintenance reserve fiscal year 2017-18. Transfer an amount between $1 to $2.5 million in the fiscal year 2017 to 2018 to the facilities maintenance reserve from the general fund's unassigned fund balance. Transfer $200,000 from the general fund to the park asset reserve for fiscal year 2017-18. Remove the pension reserve from future long-term financial plans. Retain below to land sale proceeds and general liability fund to pay the retrospective liability and to fund legal costs for land use and other claims not covered through CGPIA coverage.
Is there a second? Motion by Brown, second by Ham. All in favor?
Aye.
All right.
Passes 5-0.
Thank you, Jake.
Do you want me to move
Thank
the
you,
fiscal
Jay.
policy? I think we already voted on that, didn't
I thought we did too.
Yeah.
We
Was
did.
that voted on?
Yes.
Yeah. I have it done.
Right before our first lunch break.
Oh, we can read that. Yeah. That's why we let it do.
I'm joking.
Hello, Council, Mayor. Hope it finds you well this evening. I'm Ken Natz, Principal Civil Engineer. I'll be discussing the capital projects analysis this evening. We'll jump right in. Tonight's we'll highlight a few of the significant projects that are out in the 6-year outlay that have significant impacts to the general fund unassigned balance. We'll also take a quick couple-minute look at the asset management program, and we'll show you where we're at and where we're headed into the future. So we'll jump right into the projects. Beach sand replenishment. We've been tracking this project for many, many, many years. Quick summary, it has been federally approved. We're recommending $600,000 in the budget for a local match to the core funding as well as some state funding grants that we've obtained. This project could happen as soon as 2019. I'd like to point out that the total city share here is approximately $750,000 of a $12.3 million project. So it's about 6% of local matching funds to realize 250,000 cubic yards of sand from Linda Lane to T Street, which will push the beach out 50 feet towards the water's edge. Are there any questions on this project? We'll move right along.
Just to let you know, this goes back to more than a decade when I was chair of Parks and Rec when we first looked at this, and it is extremely important and to take advantage of the large amount of grants that are out there to protect the railroad tracks from the feds and everything else. We need to do that. I mean, this is definitely a very important thing.
Ken, one quick question about this is that part of the Army Corps of Engineers project is that we not only get the initial replenishment, we have 5-year options.
That is
going
correct.
forward. Do we have to, when we commit to this first one, do we have to indicate as to whether or not we want subsequent replenishments?
As far as I understand, no, we do not.
Okay.
This initial construction is just what it is. It's the initial construction, and we'll have the option to entertain further replenishment projects in the future.
Well, I just want to remind this council, we've had discussion previously, but one of the things that I would like to make sure that we do with this is that we can't fund this out. It's a $6 million or something, like $6 million opportunity to replenishment after that, right? Or is it a $5 million?
I don't know the numbers off the top of my head.
It's $5 to $6 million, I think.
It's a substantial amount of
Yeah,
funding.
it's substantial. The first time we get it for $600,000, after that it's $5 to $6 million. What I'd like to remind this council of is at one point, I think it was 2 years ago, we did this LTFP process down at the community center, and the idea came up. I said the idea, which is we need to couch this project as to the city when we approve this, to say this is a one-time expenditure. We have no intention of doing this, but that if the community finds it successful, that we would want to perhaps develop a fee program that would pay for future replenishments, and that we would put that on the ballot, similar to what the Clean Ocean fee is. And so if the community sees value in it, if the community likes the result, and if the community wants it done in future years, every 5 years or every whatever it is, that we would give them the option to fund that. Because, frankly, I'm really pumped about this, because I think, just like we're seeing with what's happening North Beach, it's not just sand there, but it ends up other places too. And so that if we do recommend this, if we do move forward, that we also give the public the opportunity to be able to vote on doing this more consistently. Because if we do it once and don't do it again, it'll be another 50 years, I think, before we'll ever have it, at least. So I think we ought to be able to allow the public to vote on that, and to be able to, if they want to continue to have sand replenishment consistently and have bigger beaches in town, then this would have to happen.
Once the project's realized, I'm sure we'll bring something back for the council's consideration. Speaking of that, opportunistic sand. We completed a project very recently, a few months ago at North Beach. About 12,000 cubic yards of sand were placed. This is a very similar project. There's not a lot of details that are known. As you can see, the county's planning on dredging the San Diego Creek. Staff recommends a placeholder in the budget for next year, 2017-2018, to potentially come back with some more estimates and some more details on the project. We would bring back that to the council, and we could vet that at that time. But at this stage, we're proposing a placeholder in the budget to potentially realize that next year. And just a quick note with regards to unit cost. Core project, about $60 a yard. The opportunistic sand project at North Beach was $54 a yard. So just some apples to apples comparisons for the council. Moving right along, marine safety. This project has a lot of history. There was some improvements that were done in the mid-90s. There was other improvements that were deferred. Here, as you can see here, the grade beam and the girders on the pylons, we've deferred this project. There was a lot of reasons. There was some relocation considerations. There was the considerations with regards to the core replenishment. We've kind of limped this thing along beyond its useful life, and there's really a time and need to do some work here. I'd like to stress this work is not the interior work or work that's related to office space. This is structural work related to the girders, the beams, the caissons, and structural components of the building, as well as the sheet pile to protect the building in future years. We anticipate that we would receive about 10 years of life from the improvements, and then we would have to come back and revisit the options at that time. And for this project, we recommend $375,000 from the general fund and $375,000 from the public.
Does that assume the sand replenishment project will also be able to give it a little bit more longevity, as it will keep the waters off it?
It'd be really difficult to say.
Okay. It's theoretical.
Right.
Now, is this funding just for the engineering design services, or is this includes the actual construction?
This includes the construction. So we've completed an assessment. Last year there was an assessment that was done. We're soliciting design services with the basis of those assessments, the findings. I would like to point out that there is some potentially ADA improvements that may be triggered. So the funding is a recommendation, but we're going to have to go back and look at what ADA components are triggered as a result of spending the money. We'll get into some specifics on ADA as we talk about some future projects, the T Street concession in City Hall. I'll give you some more details, but just wanted to let the council know that when we bring this back in the CIP, there may be another $100,000 as related to some ADA improvements. The pier, another project that's we've been tracking for a long time. We do improvements on the pier about every 5 to 6 years. The project was originally scheduled to be completed last year. There were some snafus. We realized as part of the inspection and the diving assessment that was conducted that there was more improvements that needed to be done that were scoped. So we brought a contract back to the council for an amendment. Those design services are underway. The project's anticipated to go to construction fall of 17-18, so this coming fall through the winter, to minimize impacts to the tourists in the busy summer season. There's $600,000 in additional funding recommended from the general fund. This total project cost is about $2 million. I'd also like to point out, I know that there's a Peer Pride Committee, fundraising for improvements, that Councilmember Donchak's a part of. I don't know if you have any other comments that you'd like to make in regards to the
not in terms of the fundraising per se, but we went up to Cayucos and did some best practices benchmarking with their peer. And one of the questions that came up was, do we have a policy about inspections? Do we? I didn't know.
We do. There is a Coastal Commission requirement, as a matter of fact, that requires inspections every 2 years. So we've been conducting those inspections since the last improvement in 2011. But what happens as the improvements are identified, they continue to degrade in this 5 to 6 year cycle. And that's what we found as we came back and inspected the pier, that some of the initial assessments that were done in the inspection from a few years ago were more severe than what we had thought, because just the marine environment had continued to degrade some of the infrastructure out there on the pier.
Okay. Thank you.
T Street restrooms and concession building. This project's been looked at for maybe a year or so. There's a lot of history here. We embarked on a project to improve other beach restrooms throughout the city. This is the next in that phase. The Beaches Parks and Rec Commission has recommended the functional repair. I'll give you a few details on what that means. The functional repair involves some roof replacement, minor plumbing improvements, painting. It's kind of a bare bones repair. It maintains the architectural aesthetics of the existing improvements. The extensive rehabilitation obviously goes in and does a more comprehensive rehabilitation. And it does not require the Spanish colonial architecture requirements that are required for Spanish buildings, because we're not expanding the footprint of the facility. However, there is another option to combine the facilities. This was discussed at some length by the council. Currently, there's substantial funding of $850,000 in the budget to do the functional repair, which would also include some sheet pile wall work. When we were looking at doing the estimating for the project, the sheet pile walls were identified to be failing. So it doesn't really make sense to invest in the facility if we're not going to do the sheet pile work. Where the extensive rehabilitation, there's options to look at either Spanish colonial or combining the facility. I'd like to point out to the council that that means approximately another $850,000 allocation in the budget. So that's a consideration the council can think of. We can bring that back in the CIP budget based on the council's direction. Again, the Parks Commission recommended the functional repair. I'm not sure if the council would like to deliberate that now or wait till the end of the presentation or provide direction at a future date.
We're not talking about adding any windows to the changing area, are we?
No.
I don't believe so.
And those weren't windows, by the way. Little sensitive.
So I was the
about
one who initially wanted to upgrade these and give it a little bit more of a architecturally appropriate maybe things, but I'm not interested in that anymore. I say we move forward with the functional repair, get these things working, and just move forward.
Chris?
Go ahead.
So I have a slightly different perspective than Tim on this. One of the issues that I see staff having with this is just it doesn't create a lot of revenue for us as a community, but I see this as an iconic section of town, a part of town that the community enjoys having access to. So one of my thoughts that I've had is we're coming up for an RFP for the concession stand this year. So my thought was, why don't we require as part of the RFP that the new operator does these modifications for us? And my thought on going past that is, being that it only generates roughly $10,000 in revenue annually, and that's, I hate to say it, but that's a drop in the bucket, right? It's probably not even a drop, actually. Maybe something we look at a long-term lease, and it's essentially a free lease for you to maintain repairs and the structure for a period of time, that we end up with something that we're proud of to have there and still remains an asset to the community.
Can I just make a comment to that? If you look at the Boneyard concession stand that's in Dana Point, that contractor has made their own and made it quite nice. They've done a lot of work to it, and I think that's a great idea. Yeah. And we've heard from people in the past that have come to council that really want to get something going, and maybe they would like to make it their own. So Lori, go ahead.
I like that idea. And then at the other end of the spectrum, what I was going to put out there for staff to think about, this Concerned Coastal Communities Coalition that we've recently joined, this idea of coastal cities being populations of under 100,000, shouldering the burden of 2 million visitors annually, is a shared concern up and down the coast. And so if you can think of anything where we link elbows with other cities and go to Sacramento and say, you know, this is something where we should get some financial assistance, we now have the mechanism in place where we can get these 11 cities to say, yes, we want to do it. But everybody's unanimous on this, the idea of the wear and tear on infrastructure being when we're stewards of a visitor-serving city.
So would you suggest when we put out the RFP to also merge the restrooms in with the same building at the same time? Or so we're looking to just do the functional repair to the restrooms and then let the who's ever going to come in as a contractor take over on the restaurant portion and do that?
Here's the thing, Steve, to tie up exactly what I'm foreseeing is, I think the beach trail has been a lot more successful than anybody could have possibly imagined. And so, whereas currently we have a concessionaire that's there, 3, maybe 4 months out of the year, we could have a concessionaire that's there 12 months out of the year operating, a full business. And so with that, we have the ability to say, if you're interested in combining the two, then that's something we're open to and we're willing to do that. But if you're not, then okay, maybe we're not interested in doing that. And with that, we need to work out who affords the changes to the restrooms, because obviously if we had a 365 concessionaire down there as opposed to a 4-month concession, the wear and tear on the bathrooms would be part of that as well. So
I just wondering, and I guess we'll put it out there and find out. I don't know how the numbers are going to crunch out for a concessionaire to get down there for 12 months out of the year.
I'm assuming if we budget for functional repair, we could at least use it to supplement that. So I doubt a concessionaire will come in and pay whatever it is, the $1.8 million that we need, or how much would it be then for a total for an extensive rehab and remodel and Spanish colonial?
So 1.6 million for a
Okay.
combined
So
facility.
there's no business model that's going to pencil out. So whatever we do, we're going to have to contribute in some fashion to that. And so I think if we approve maybe the functional repair budget tonight, and we could use that as a supplement to whatever the RFP would come, and then between the two of those, we might be able to end up with a better work product than us alone, or the concessionaire just simply operating like they do. So it's primarily a hybrid.
Tim.
And since we're talking about the concession building, there is a point of view that says scrape it and make it a place where trucks could go, taco trucks, or so that you can totally position the demand to the season. And it then reduces, the city's wear and tear on the concession.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not opposed to any ideas like that. My only concern about the bat is we have a difficult time turning ambulances around down there, so a food truck's much larger. I don't know how we'd accomplish that. But,
So they would be backing out the whole way back to the pier?
and the liability of that. But like I said,
Oh, the trucks, you mean?
Yeah.
The taco truck.
Yeah.
Well, so the thing would have to be designed down there so they could turn around.
Yeah, we'd have
Good
to
luck
fix
with the
the
coastal
design,
commission.
But,
Well,
let
the
me just put my sales pitch out there while you guys are actually listening to me, is that we don't have access to a lot of coastal dining activities, especially evening time ones. And I just recently went up to a place outside of Santa Barbara that was located on the beach, and it was a shack that they converted to a full-time restaurant. And it was a fantastic atmosphere. Really neat to see and to have access to something like that. I think it would be something that people would come to be a part of. So.
Well, I agree with Tim. Let's go ahead and direct staff to go with the functional repair, and then we can entertain down the road regarding the concession stand.
So functional repair on the restroom, and we'll look at the concession stand with the RFP. I'd just like to point out, the functional repair at the T Street restroom is very similar to the South T Street restroom, Boca del Canon. So $60,000, $70,000 leaves a nice chunk of change. There's $850,000 allocated, so the idea to potentially contribute with the concessionaire, there's a nice amount of money there that might work. I'm not a leasing expert, so we'd have to, get that in the FAS hands and let them think about and consider that, but that might work.
Okay, great.
Okay, moving on. City Hall feasibility and geotechnical study. This idea came out of the deliberations that proceeded on April 2016, last year's LTFP. There was a few options that were floated out there. The project has a vast amount of history going back more than 10 years. Mr. Malamud spoke about this, $800,000 in the public comment. What does this mean? What are we doing here? Really, the intent here is there's two real separate projects. I can see why he misconstrued it. There's $800,000 in the table, but really the intent here is that we would be recommending $300,000 in the budget to look at City Hall. That would include extensive geotechnical evaluations, looking at modern construction techniques, considering the Spanish colonial option, looking at all these various factors that are out there that the council's already discussed. I'd like to direct the council, if I may, to page 133 in the LTFP document. There's the meeting minutes from that discussion, and you can see the sentiments there, and the ultimate expression to maybe we need to reconsider this and reevaluate it. It's been so long. Now, we all know that building a city hall, a new city hall here at the site is economically, literally unfeasible with the funding that we have. But with the condition the building is, it's very difficult to look at continuing to throw money at this building because we're throwing good money at something bad. Now, that's the opinions of the maintenance staff. We're not building professionals, we're engineers, so we would really need to look at this and dissect it. And so that's the reason for the recommendation. The second half of the recommendation is really this temporary city hall. And the reason that recommendation is made is because if we're seriously going to consider what we're going to do with City Hall in a couple of years, eventually we're going to have to go out and lease space and move the staff. So does it really make sense to go out and do tenant improvements at some other space when we already own a space at Negocio? I don't know the answer to that, but some of the lease considerations, I think, weren't really articulated in that last meeting that really make the issue more compelling, I believe. And those reasons are, they're listed here in the, and I'm sorry I don't have a slide with them. I'll direct you to page 118, and I'm going to read them off real quick because they're very important to this consideration. Number one, existing third floor lease expires in 2018. The third floor is configured for a single-use tenant. That was number two. The tenant uses 50% of the floor space. To sublease the 50% remaining floor space, capital improvements at a cost of $250,000 are required. Number three, attracting new tenants with a 5-year or less terms will be difficult. Number four, City will ultimately need to lease office space if it is to undertake major rehabilitation work at City Hall. And finally, number five, leasing another facility for temporary location of City Hall staff in a few years is more costly than consolidating to negotiate for a trial period. So that's how we concluded this, and that's the reason for the recommendation. Now, does the $500,000 really meet the bill? It's really hard to say. We're going to be projecting another $500,000 in the 2018-2019 budget because we're really unsure. We'd have to hire some design folks and look at the real details and figure out what we're going to do at City Hall, at Negocio. But it's more of a bare bones improvement than all the other improvements that have previously been considered. And the reason is that we're really just going to move staff over there. We're going to do some minimum improvements, move the city manager's office, move the FAS folks. The plan is to leave the council chambers here as we study City Hall. And we would continue to come back here for another couple of years, leave police services here. And it goes back to the sentiments from the 16 meeting. Consolidated services might provide a benefit to us. There's all these feelings. There's all these unknowns. This gives us the opportunity to kind of kill two birds with one stone and almost try the facility out at the minimum cost. So that's how we came up with this. I know there's controversy about it. There's a lot of discussion about it.
I'll add a few things. So after that last meeting that both me and our former building official, Mike Jorgensen, presented information relative to the Civic Center relocation, we had an opportunity, both me and James, the city manager, to meet with Gensler, who was the original consultant that did the big assessment study under George Scarborough. Fortunately, there were some of the principals still there that had been there when they did the study, so it was very easy for them to get up to speed. A couple of the things that they pointed out at that meeting, and they presented a proposal that would in essence be part of that feasibility study that Ken alluded to earlier, is there's a significant amount of repairs here, and from a standpoint of rebuild versus rehabilitate, we're pretty much at the point where it would not be cost effective to rehabilitate. It would be better to graze and rebuild. The feasibility aspect that Ken talked to is important because we did talk about some bonding scenarios in that agenda report, that if we were to build a facility, and we had some figures that were rough figures in terms of building a facility here that would accommodate all of City Hall operations, you know, you'd be looking at roughly, if I can recall, the bond was a $30 million bond over 30 years, which would be $1 million payment. So, you know, I go back to Judy's financial forecast that shows how much money we have left over at the end of each year, and we're not going to have $1 million. However, with that being said, maybe it's more appropriate to rebuild the existing footprint here and just leave the footprint, which would not provide consolidated services. It would bring, in essence, all services back to this building like it is today, and just have a building that would give you another 20 to 30 years of life per se. The feasibility study is going to look at both. The biggest gotcha in the feasibility study in a consolidated city hall here is parking, and it would most likely be subterranean parking. This again was something that Gensler alluded to when we met with them, which we all know subterranean parking becomes a very costly endeavor. And so, you know, it really goes back to, this has been something that's been tossed around for over a decade, and the building has had no investments to mitigate the issues. So we're at a really good opportunity to relocate, figure out what we want to do, and going back to Jake's slide with the set aside of $1 million to $2.5 million, start putting away some money that can start addressing these issues. Because again, we have ADA issues at ComDev that we've been aware of for quite some time. If we don't take the third floor over and we do put it on the market, we're probably looking at roughly, you know, $150,000 to $160,000 tenant improvements on the third floor. And if we really want to maximize our revenue, we want to make it so that it's leasable to two parties. That might be more marketable, which would add to the cost of that. In essence, for us to move over there temporarily, we can do it without much improvement to the third floor, and there's even still room left over for some people to bleed from the first floor to the third floor. It's too big for us as it is, so we would have some space. And so it's really it's an issue of opportunistic timing on this. To Ken's point, if we stay here, then we would obviously have to revisit the lease scenarios at ComDev, and then we would most likely be forced to look at paying a cost for relocation temporarily while we're doing improvements here. The other thing Gensler mentioned is the improvements can't be done while we're here for a number of factors. So, you know, in essence, you can do this floor while PD is secure down there with no issue, and then, you know, you'd have to look at dealing with the lower level, but it's something that we can't be here while that rehabilitation or remodel or rebuild occurs.
I want to say that I took the time to watch the April meeting, and I saw all the discussions as they went through. And I saw where Bob Baker started as far as thinking that consolidated was the way to go. And I felt and I saw the emotions of the people that want to protect this site. But I personally think the price tag on building this, with what we're looking ahead, with the crunch we're looking ahead as far as just funding what we need to fund for quality of life here in the city, is telling me that we have an issue that we really maybe should take a look at this even harder again and rethink the consolidation over at Negotiable. And maybe this is the way to do it. If we move over there while they're assessing or whatever, we can see how it would work. But I'm really, really concerned about now the estimate I saw here was $70 million. But even if we cut it down to $30 or $40 million, that's a big debt for the city to have to do.
So if you watch that meeting, I brought up concrete tilt-up construction, and I had a real estate broker, commercial broker, tell me that for the square footage they were asking for, it would be just over $7 million, and that was finished. But that's with a flat piece of property, of course. So you have to add the cost of the subterranean parking and all of that. This site is not flat. However, this building was looking at 5 million in improvements. So when you
correct.
look at, you could have an entire new city hall with a different type of construction for set in the sevens, not counting subterranean and site issues. That was the consideration. That's where we got last time.
Okay, and I'm not going to, and I'm extremely familiar with the construction types, and I might even direct to take a look at some prefab buildings. There are some fabulous prefab opportunities now that have state-of-the-art construction, and they're cost-effective because they're built in a factory and then delivered here in their various structures. They can even go multi-story. So
I'm glad you brought that up, because that is something new that a lot of people are going to, especially with homes.
Yeah.
In the beach areas.
And there have been some fantastic prefab things that have been put together that we can maybe get this within where I can say, okay, it makes sense.
So, yeah, let me just put this to bed, because I've been the one who's always been pushing for this, and the basic point behind it is this idea that we would sell this facility to help finance a relocation improvement or somewhere else. I will continue to reiterate until I die that you will never sell this piece of property. I don't believe in it. I think it would be foolish and short-sighted for us to do that. If you want to do a temporary relocation, see how the facility works, that's fine. We can find a different use for this property in the meantime. Great. But I will be adamant that we should absolutely hold on to these properties when we have the opportunity. And because, like I said, I believe it's short-sighted to dispose of or liquidate any of these properties without absolutely having to. And we don't have to.
That's correct.
So if we don't have to, we can do the relocation and evaluate it and see what use would be best here and take it a little slower. I'm okay with that. But I certainly would not support disposing of this property to finance a city hall. And in the same vein, I wouldn't support spending $70 million on a city hall.
But I think we can all support, I agree with you, properties like Avenida Presidio are the family jewels, and you don't sell the family jewels. But I think what we're being asked to do tonight will help us understand what the highest and best value of this property is, depending on which path we want to go down. And I think as an investment in this property, these are reasonable sums that we're being asked to consider tonight.
Lori, explain to me what you mean by the highest and best value for this property.
Well, the geotechnic condition of the property is the big unknown. And, things have changed since this was built. So just basically understanding what we've got in terms of dirt and what it can support. There was just a comment about subterranean parking. Could be you couldn't have subterranean parking because it's shifty land. So this basically lets us understand what the asset what I was not saying, because you look distressed, I'm not saying build a 14-story building here.
Yeah, that's why I just want to clarify.
No. I'm not into intensification whatsoever, but I am into understanding what we can safely do with this property given 21st century geotechnic standards.
We can only go maybe just a 12-story. But but what I like to see the study to also include, though, is the various methods of acquisition for a replacement structure.
Because those structures that you're talking about, they're beautiful now. I mean, they look a lot, if not better than the concrete tilt-up can do.
And I only have 25 years' experience in dealing with them, so I know them very well. So, yeah, if you need any assistance, I'll be happy to talk to you.
Let me make a comment before we move forward on this. So my biggest concern with this, and I share Tim's concern, is that under no circumstances am I comfortable selling this property.
Right.
I'm just not. Not only do I think it's a bad idea for the community, I think the outcry from the residents is going to be so substantial that it's just going to be bad for the community. My concern with doing this and the way this staff report's written and everything that's been said here tonight is we're gonna make the move, the consolidation, which I'm not opposed to the consolidation, and we're not going to make the necessary improvements on this location, or we are, and then we're going to lease it out to a third party as opposed to moving City Hall back to this location.
That is not the intent.
Well, and I'm glad that all of you are saying that, because with that, I would like to see a deadline or a time frame at which point we will actually be solidly moving the city manager and the staff back to this location.
I provided a table on the write-up,
Yeah.
and I actually have a handout, and maybe I'll bring it up on the screen. The idea behind this table was to show that we could run either project individually or run them concurrently in parallel. And the reason that we wrote the paper the way we did was because it seemed like there was some opportunities to run them in parallel. I've got a handout here because I know it was split up in the write-up itself. And you can just kind of see there's just the dates and the way that the project runs with your review approvals and all that. And if you'd like, I can run through it on a line-by-line basis, or maybe you'd like to review it and have any questions. As you can see, the highlights, make the decision on whether we're going to, do City Hall study and geotechnical, yes or no, make the decision on whether we want to do the temporary relocation. We can go either way, or we can do them both.
So here's my concern with what I had and why I brought this up with the timeline is because the final two concepts are concepts or how to proceed. And so I want it to be a definitive timeline that we will be moving back into this location at this date. Not we'll be exploring options to move back to this date, but we will be moving back. And before everybody says they all agree with me, which you guys just did, which is awesome, is my concern is this, is we do the improvements here, and we say, well, maybe we're working great over there, so let's lease this space out. Now we get a leasee in here, and the leasee says, this is fantastic. You know what would be better, though, is if I added 3 more stories to this and I turned it into this type of facility or I made it residential. And now you set yourself up to a point where now we've locked ourselves in, right? And so I don't want to see us do that as a council, and I don't want to see future councils do that.
Well, I think we can give the direction that we're looking for them to come back to us with a structure that is for city use. That is not going to be that accomplished, that much for private industry to move in on. I think that would be worked in within what we're talking about. I don't want to tie down timelines because we, as the council's learned with Ole Hansen, we don't know what we don't know. And once we start digging into it, there's going to be things that we're going to find out.
Well, and that's a great perspective. So tie it back to city use, as opposed to a timeline. Tie it back to city use and city function.
Is it the council's will, from a feasibility standpoint, just for clarification, to look at either building a complete city hall here, or rebuilding the same city hall that we have today? So we're looking at one or the other. And so either we're building a city hall that consolidates all of the services here, or we're looking at a city hall that basically provides the same footprint of services that is here today.
Yeah, that's what I would like to come back to, is because if we try to do everything back here, then we're talking parking structure and a lot of other infrastructure, and then we're talking a lot of money. Whereas if we simply put something here that looks great, that functions great for what we currently have, and it'll last us for a long, beyond what this one has done, I think that might be the way to go. I at least want to have the options.
Yeah.
That, and also one of the things that was mentioned in the last one is that if we redid the city hall, it had an opportunity to have more community serving spaces for at nighttime. So that, with the fire department gone, that definitely could be incorporated into the
Absolutely.
footprint. And maybe that would be a better use for this building. And I don't know, have you thought about how that would work? Because we said last time that consolidation was the best for all employees.
I think, and I'm going to defer to James a little bit. Being consolidated for both of us from previous cities, there's a benefit because we've worked at cities where we're all under one roof. However, we also have to face the fact that financially that may not be obtainable for the city of San Clemente. So then the next question is, what service model can we deliver here that provides the utmost service to the community? And that's something that we can definitely look at. And then community space, the fire station is just a storage room right now. And so right there, you could imagine some community rooms that could benefit the city and the community would be very easily obtainable. And so I concur with everything that the council's saying with regards to the direction that.
I don't think I ever had a sense or an ambition that this could contain all of City Hall on it. If I did, then I must have miscommunicated because it just doesn't sound feasible. But I think definitely a public use for the residents to be able to retain this and to come back with a reasonable timeline. I think we can move forward with the item.
Okay. Fantastic. And I just like to, if I may, I just like to point out because. Okay. I was going to mention something about the ADA that I forgot to say on the before. Okay. We'll jump right in.
That's bad news.
One more minute of your time.
I just heard the price double. Go ahead, Ken.
So over the last couple of years, we've embarked on this major initiative for asset management of the city, with many, many goals, but the key goals being lower operating costs through preventive and predictive maintenance, as well as, the key here that you've heard before based on the reserve discussion is establish equitable funding distribution for all our various asset categories. We've developed a substantial asset inventory. It's in one of the appendixes in the LTFP. You can see over 93,000 assets. It's right here, miles and miles of pipeline, miles of trails, a lot of detail there in the appendix if you're interested in looking at that. This is where we're at in the process. It's taken us a couple years to get here. We had to plan and budget, we had to implement, develop the inventory, and now the hard work begins with developing the condition of the replacement cost. 93,000 assets. What does each one of these cost? How long is the life cycle of this asset? And you can see here, as we get lower and lower on the chart, we're really looking at how are we going to deal with the magnitude of this, this graph that Judy showed off with the CIPs going into the negative, taking the unassigned into the negative. And that's what that circular reference thing is there for at the bottom there. It's a refinement based on level of service. The council is going to have to make some tough decisions on what is the level of service of each one of these assets. And so as we continue to optimize, we'll bring this back to the council and we'll continue to, share some more detail about how we're going to do this.
It's over.
Okay, you're welcome.
So I'll make the motions which are in the agenda, but not in your presentation or on the agenda is the T Street functional repair. So should I add that in?
Yes.
Okay. So are you guys ready for a motion? Okay. I move that we approve everything Ken said. The capital projects analysis, of which there are 8. One is the USACE sand project, plan to fund its construction phase in fiscal year 2018-19 and the matching funds amount of $600,000 from the general fund. Number 2, opportunistic sand replenishment. Consider the option of pursuing the opportunistic sand replenishment for $250,000 in FY 2017-18 based on the available funding in the unassigned general fund balance. Number 3, fund the marine safety rehabilitation construction in FY 2017-18 in the amount of $375,000 from the general fund and $375,000 from the public safety reserve fund. Number 4, fund the pier rehabilitation construction in the amount of $600,000 from the general fund, bringing that total project cost to $2 million. Number 5, I'm inserting in that we approve functional repair of the T Street bathrooms and consider the direction that council gave in terms of the RFP for the concessions. Number 6, proceed with a City Hall feasibility study, which includes a geotech evaluation and reviews 2 options. 1, consider consolidation of City Hall operations, or 2, rehabilitation for existing services, and fund the project in FY 2017-18 in the amount of $150,000 from the general fund and $150,000 from the Civic Center Reserve Fund, with the understanding that either of those scenarios, the property will be used for public services. Number 7, proceed with the temporary City Hall relocation project as presented in the issue paper and draft a work-facing schedule and fund the project in FY 17-18 in the amount of $250,000 from the general fund and $250,000 from the Civic Center Reserve Fund. Number 8, continue efforts to identify infrastructure assets and the reserve resources needed to maintain or replace these assets based on a comprehensive asset management plan that will be developed through the use and optimization of the CMMS.
Motion by Donchek, second by Swartz. All in favor?
Aye.
Passes 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
There's another battery in the tray over there.
Yeah, I got it. I just switched it.
Let me just touch it. Maybe it'll start working again. It's all part of the show.
We bring props every year. Props.
Good evening, Mayor Ward and members of the council. Brian Brower, IT Manager. I'm here to give you an update on the Information Technology Strategic Plan. The The IT strategic plan is a 5-year roadmap for all things technology for the city. It provides a guide for decision-making, budgeting, and for implementation of technology projects. The goal is to align city technology investments with departmental goals and priorities. And each year we revisit the plan and we do what we can to adapt to technological changes and changing business needs and financial conditions. And we bring that update to the council with the LTFP. This year we have a number of updates to the plan. They range from general scheduling and cost adjustments to new initiatives that are generated from within the IT division. We've got a few items that were born out of the city clerk strategic plan, and also a number of items that either came directly from or are a refinement from the operational assessment of the code compliance, development engineering, planning division, and business license functional areas that was delivered back in January to the city council. On page 161 of your LTFP, you'll see a listing of completed projects and initiatives. These are items that we've crossed off the list since the inception of the strategic plan 2 years ago. There's 15 of those items. A couple of highlights are the electronic submittal and tracking and management of public records requests. That system has successfully tracked 240 public records requests in the 9 or so months since we implemented that back in July. So we consider that a big success. Really helps the city track these items. And I think it offers a good service to the public. We also have a new e-procurement system that I think is getting off to a good start. This enables vendors to register with our site, and then they automatically receive notification of any bid opportunities that might be of interest to them. It also makes for a paperless bid management process as well. We've also recently accomplished some server replacements, some of our core IT infrastructure in the last couple of months. And we also, this past summer, we completed year 1 of our technology training initiative. This is something new that we've invested in, and back at the beginning of summer, we had every city staff member complete some online training for cybersecurity awareness. Currently, budgeted in the current fiscal year, we have 16 strategic technology projects that we're working on right now. There's a complete listing that begins on page 161 in your book. Some highlights include an enhancement to the online business license renewal page that we have. Also, we're getting ready to bring a recommendation to award a contract for a new payment processing system and a new utility billing IVR system. We're getting ready to put together an RFP to seek out a customer relationship management program. This will be a single pane of glass where anybody in the public, either on their computer or using a smartphone, can register some kind of request, a service request or a complaint in one single location, and then it will get automatically routed to the appropriate area of the city. The system will track that case, communicate back with the reporting party, and then ultimately keep statistics and track those incidents as we provide. Yes?
So we're talking about it would dovetail in with Track It and everything else as far as if it's a
yes, it would
code complaint or if it's some other issues or whatever it is, it's going to go to that.
That's the intent, yes. Right now we have a few different places where somebody can register a complaint, and some of those complaints go into Track It, some of them go into the CMMS system. Some of them just get written down and sent via email at the front desk. What we're seeking is just a single portal where the public doesn't have to make a decision about what type of complaint it is and how they register that complaint. This is a one-stop shop, and then it's up to the system to route that case accordingly into the other systems. And that's correct. That's correct. And then we'd have comprehensive reporting on all of that as well. We've also, we're about 50% through the construction of the new data center down at the reclamation plant, and we're currently working on some network infrastructure upgrades as well. By the end of the fiscal year, we anticipate releasing an RFP for a new electronic agenda and legislative management system. That's one of the primary recommendations out of the city clerk's strategic plan. And we're also getting ready to implement some new recreation management software. Looking forward, there are 14 strategic projects that are listed in your book on page 162, and then in detail, further details given in attachment A, which begins on 167. These are projects that will be brought forth through the regular budget process over the coming months for the next fiscal year. A couple of highlights from there will be the replacement of our phone system and also a major upgrade to our permitting software system. The permitting software upgrade is going to afford us some more modern functionality. We're seeking a system that allows better mobile access to the system so that our field staff, the building inspectors, the code compliance professionals, when they're out in the field, they would have direct live access back into the system. And we're also hoping to roll out phase 1 of an electronic submittal and review system for building plans to get submitted into community development.
I have a question on this. You know, I was looking at page 174 with an eye to what Ken just presented on the City Hall, plans. Is it a good idea to approve $200,000 for the telephone system replacement if we're going to be tearing things up all over the place? That basically would pay
for that. Generally, what happens on these new voice over IP systems, it allows you. So right now, if you move phones, you have to push pin it on the info on the point of entry. So it's really hard to move between offices. Like if, say, James' office moved over there, you'd have to have a telephone technician come in and go back to the switchboard and rewire it. With these new systems, you just have your data cables that snake out over your Cat5. You plug in, you want to move your system, you unplug your phone. You go to a different Cat5, you just plug in there. So it's very pick up and move to wherever you are, as opposed to...
But if walls are being ripped out or spaces are being reconfigured or demolition is happening?
The $200,000 is not for this building. This is just the phone upgrades for ComDev, because we knew that would be an issue. Why would we want to put cabling in a building that we may be having to rebuild?
Thank you.
So we're just focusing on ComDev.
Well, he said it just
in
in time.
You assumed that we would go for that temporary relocation, didn't you?
Shall we spell
So that just shows us right there.
Okay. So in the same vein, I think it's already spent money. The cable TV, that's a done. We spent that, right?
No.
Nope.
Oh, it's because it says it's in the current year, the $225,000.
It is budgeted in the current year. We have not spent it.
Oh, well, okay.
It's,
so you get
the
my question is, do we want to be doing this if we're going to be ripping walls down?
That's a fair point, and one of the things that this goes back to when we originally discussed the cable TV scenario, I want to say maybe 2 budget years ago, there was a council request that if you're going to do it, make sure it can be picked up and moved and have that issue of being able to be reused in another location. And so when we get to that point, obviously with the decisions made tonight in the LTFP about relocation, that'll be taken into consideration. Okay. We're not going to make an investment that then gets lost through the rehabilitation efforts.
And I'm not trying to micromanage. I'm just trying to say
absolutely.
that. Yeah, I am. No, but that we've just made some decisions that might affect what you want to do with your technology strategic plan.
No, that's absolutely right.
And wouldn't this come back to us anyway for approval?
Absolutely.
As an item, so we would still have a chance to look at it again.
That was correct.
Moving forward, a few other items that we're going to be bringing to you in the coming months through the budget process. We intend to enhance the ability to apply for a business license online. You can currently renew some types of business licenses, and we're working right now to enhance the range of business licenses that you can renew online.
Yeah, because I can't do mine. Just to let you know, I had to do it in paper this year.
Hopefully next year you'll be able to, and also new applicants, we intend to open up to online submittal for that. We're also seeking a system so that we can distribute council agenda packets electronically to a portable computing device. And we're looking at a system to better manage our contract and insurance security certificates. We do have an in-house system that we use for that, and we're looking for something that is a little more robust in that area. some IT initiatives that'll be coming forth. We're looking at replacing our data storage, our SAN, as it's called in the industry jargon. We're looking at providing a secondary internet service provider into the city network. The motivation there is that we've become very dependent on the internet as a city. We use it continuously all day for communications, and we also use it to deliver services to the public. And so in the event of an outage, if our primary provider failed, we want something to fall back on. And we're also investing further in our GIS initiative and our technology training initiative. We think the technology, the training is important to help staff leverage all these technology investments that we're making. With that, I'll open it up for any additional questions.
I think it's great. Frankly, the technology upgrades just during, my years on council have been incredible. And so I'd love to see it more there. It's more efficient. Frankly, it's what our residents are used to in most phases of their life. And so I love all the
Thank you. Thank you.
Do we make a motion on this?
Do you need a motion, Joanne?
Yes.
I'll move to accept the Information Technology Strategic Plan update and direct staff to bring the recommended fiscal year 2017-18 projects and initiatives forward through the budget process.
Second. Motion by Swartz, second by Ham. All in favor? Passes 5-0.
Thank you.
Thank you. It's been so long.
It has.
Yes.
Good evening, council members.
It's nice to see you out.
Yes,
of the
it's
office.
good to be here. Good to be here. No other place I'd rather be than 8 p.m. tonight. So
Us too.
Understood. So I'm here to give you an update on this general plan strategic implementation plan. And each year, the city departments, they review over 300 implementation measures that are prioritized based on the city council's input, and that are updated through a process of looking at things like budget, community need, legal requirements, and other criteria like community demand and other things. And what I'm going to do is show you this overview table here that's outlined in your LTFP paper, but there's high priority items that are in the attachments. There's this set of tables here that were provided that are color coded, and the red items are your high priority items that really are to be undertaken as of last month. So that was within 3 years of general plan adoption in February 2014. So of that, there's 52 implementation measures and 26 items are active, 4 are completed. Medium items are to be undertaken within 5 years. So 2 years from now, 67 implementation measures, 14 are active, and 1 is completed. Low implementation measures are to be undertaken more than 5 years after general plan adoption. 71 low items, 5 active, and 0 are completed. And then there's 125 ongoing activities with no end date. So there's 315 total implementation measures and 170 that are currently active, 5 completed. On page 176 of your LTFP is a summary of current activities that we are doing to make progress on this program. And I'm going to give you our recommendation is to continue work on the priority items that the council has initiated to date. With current resources, staff wants to complete the good work that we've been directed to do, and there's a good amount of work to be done. So also with that in mind, we want to evaluate the priorities that are outlined in here, see if there's room for eliminating some redundancies and just regrouping, in particular with the resources and workload that we have in process. We'd like to come back to the council next year with some recommendations for some clarification on not everything is a high priority. So a little bit more ordered and clarity on what staff's recommendations are and getting some concurrence from the council. And then there's a variety of recommendations noted in the agenda for updating the SIP to reflect prior council direction. So we went to the Planning Commission on the 8th to discuss this, and they concurred with staff's recommendations. And they emphasized that priority number 1 should be to staff up and follow the matrix study recommendations, including the recommendations related to having a long-range planning section and a current planning section. Because right now, with the 3 full-time planning staff that we have, in particular, we aren't really able to commit ourselves to implementing this program. So after we get the staff and train them up, it's our intention to work actively on this. We've already made some great progress. There's a lot of work to be done. So that's really the essence of their recommendations. But to give, the council hasn't received those minutes yet. So what I've done is I've printed these out for you. You have an opportunity to look at them. And I'm here to answer any questions.
Didn't we already approve moving forward with the matrix, the planning matrix study? Didn't we already authorize that?
That did come to council, and yes, council did approve that. I think what Chris is alluding to is now taking those recommendations and becoming an implementation measure with a high priority.
Yes.
And can I just say, the council's looking forward to you being fully staffed, for you also. I mean, we're in favor of all of that. So would you like to talk to, you're talking to us about 1 through 6, correct, on this?
In the
On
minutes? Yes, so
Okay.
what the,
Not the minutes, the agenda.
The agenda.
oh, the agenda, yes.
So
So
do
those
you-
are our recommendations, but to keep it simple, we summarized them in the slide.
Okay.
We didn't go through every one of them.
Okay, so, right. Well, I already went through them all. I do have some recommendations to change some implementation measures. So would this be a good time? Okay. I'm going to pass these out. They're on different pages, which I think if you look through this study, you would notice it was difficult to look them over. All of these, I mean, we can go through the pages. I summarized them so that you could see. They all have to do with our trails and open space. And I think the priorities, some of them are medium, but a lot of them, they all work together, were low. And I think that these all should be changed to high. And most of them are in our natural resources. There was only one that was amending the zoning ordinance. And so if we did this, I would direct staff to just initiate that process when you actually have the staff and the time to do it. But I would like to see all these high. None of it, some of it is stuff that we're already doing. But it has to do with our natural resources and our trails. And I would like to see these changed. I think it meets the goals of what the city's doing right now. I already talked to Cecilia about them, and it certainly these, high priority just means in the next 3 years, right? Trying to
The high
implement-
priority is actually gone. It's 3 years to start them,
Right,
and that was last month. So,
right.
but
it's not-
the
we're not
color
asking you
does, the color and high priority in itself indicates it's our high priority. I'm just clarifying the timeline, because it's your question.
So, does anyone have a question of why we would want to do these? It's to protect our trails and our natural resources, that we have the ridge lines.
I just think from a we just have to balance from a resource perspective investing in these things. The only thing that number 4,
Implementation number 4 has a zoning ordinance amendment.
I just regulate the establishment or encroachment. So how does a zoning amendment control encroachment about illegal activities on open space? Is that just funny wording to me?
That to Chris, because he's not going to know. It's on page, Chris, 192. It's on page 192 of your IMs.
Yeah, it's currently a medium.
Does amend the zoning ordinance to regulate the establishment of or encroachment of non-compatible land uses or activities in habitat areas of passive open space, such as commercial uses, off-road motorized vehicle use,
Off-trail.
non-motorized vehicle use, hang gliding, grading, or other activities that conflict with biological. What does that mean?
Well,
You
So
have to amend the zoning code to prohibit those uses because it.
To regulate them. We don't have any zoning in place now to actually regulate those, I believe, in our open space.
as similar to other zoning items, there's several things that can be done to attack every one of these sort of implementation measures. But if you want my initial take on this, it would be to possibly create some specificity in the types of open space zones in what are maybe active open space areas like parks and reserve areas, or non-active open space areas like a hillside, and then you limit those non-active open space areas. The council would direct what those are, which areas of the city that is, and then you would significantly restrict the types of activities that would be allowed in those open space zones to reflect what the public's understanding is. That you want
Is
to.
this for ecological benefit?
I would assume so, because it's implementing the natural resources element, that there's a policy related to that.
If I'm envisioning what we're talking about, it's the open space like adjacent to our trail system, where we already have posted, do not go past here, do not travel here, do not go there, do not, bring your dogs out here, but they still do. So I don't know what this is going to accomplish. I mean, I'm just,
Well, it has a medium priority rating right now. All I'm asking is for all of these to go to a high, because they all kind of go together, and,
It's fine.
there's a
I-
low and
I
everything.
think this is a great idea.
I think the devil's in the details on that.
Right, it will be.
Maybe I should take a minute to clarify what our intent is with the zoning ordinance. So there's
Okay.
been a little time since we've explained that. So,
Okay.
so what our intent is our high priority, planning division's highest priority in terms of implementing the general plan is to make sure that all our documents are consistent with the general plan to meet legal requirements. And then that includes specific plans, and following that work, there's a number of implementation items that go beyond that. This would fall into that category where it might involve more council discussion, clarification from the council members, and maybe more public discussion. So it could involve a more timely type of time extensive process, more discussion, and given that nature, we want to fast track anything that's legally required first, and then anything in addition to that where it's very clear what the council's already directed and there's buy-in into particular implementation measures.
I'm fine. We can move forward with it.
And if I could just add one other thing too, some of the natural resources implementation measures, as you identified, have a zoning component, and rather than have us come back to you at a later date and request that you initiate those zoning amendments, you could do that here tonight, so that when resources become available and we're fully staffed up, we can fold that into our zoning code update or our zoning program as we move along.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Okay, so does anyone make a motion and,
you gotta make it.
let's see.
You created this monkey.
I know. So you're gonna have me read all this?
Hell yeah. You have to, you just say.
1 through 6? Okay. So I'll move that for the Centennial General Plan Strategic Implementation Program, we tell staff to implement 1 through 6 in the report, with the addition that implementation measure number 17, BPNR, page 180, be moved to a high priority. Natural resources implementation number 5, number 4, number 6, number 9, and I have number 6 again. I'm going to give you this whole thing. I'll provide what I have. That be added with the idea that implementation number 4 for natural resources, you initiate the amending the zoning ordinance when we are fully staffed up and staff has the ability to do that. So I'll make that
I'm
motion.
going to make a second. I'm going to second that, but I'd like a little bit more discussion on that after I second.
Okay, go ahead.
So my only concern that I saw with this is on page 177, the third bullet point down is working on obtaining a certification for a local coastal plan. I thought that we decided the council last year to table that item. We decided we don't move forward on it.
Ooh.
And so why it's still high level, I'm not sure.
Which item was that?
It was the third bullet point under Community Development Department on page 177.
Determination there wasn't we were tabling it, or what was we were doing with
No,
I
the,
thought we
the
had to
council
do it. This is
voted to move forward with it. So the land use plan is under review right now by the Coastal Commission staff, and we're looking at either a May Coastal Commission hearing for our land use plan or an August hearing for our land use plan.
Okay, maybe I...
But that's the land use plan, not the local coastal plan.
The local coastal program has two components. The first is the land use plan, which is the general policy, and then the second phase is the implementation program, which is the zoning. So there's two phases. The first phase is what is under review by Coastal Commission staff. The second phase, the implementation program, is something that we will develop, but it'll come to the council first for review and approval before we pass it along to Coastal Commission.
But the land use plan, isn't that required as part of our general plan update?
Yes,
Okay, so we have to do that anyway, the land use plan portion of it.
the coastal land use plan, yes, which the council already reviewed, approved, and that is what is under review by Coastal Commission.
What I remember is the local coastal plan program. You know, I wanted to table it, but I was outvoted that we could go forward, and we were assured by staff that if it came back and we did not like the recommendations of the Coastal Commission, that we would not have to initiate the local coastal plan.
And that is correct. If the Coastal Commission comes back with suggested modifications that the city does not support, then we do not have to move forward with that local coastal
That's my
plan.
recommendation. Okay, so motion by Ward, second by Ham. All in favor? Passes 5-0.
So,
Thank you, Chris. It's nice to see you.
Madam Mayor, real quick on the implementation measures, I wanted to just bring up something that this is probably the most appropriate time to do it, as it was 2 years ago, I think, when we first initiated a conversation about that. If you look on page 184, we have as a low priority the explore opportunities to establish a new San Quentin School District. Now, when we did that initial memorandum, we handed that off to the public and really said, run with it, right? And there was a local group that found that was established, which my wife was a member of it, and that's SC Pier. They have since gone out and raised, I think, about $8,000, and have reached the point where, as citizen volunteers, their expertise is starting to be outstripped by the task at hand. I think what they're looking for now, and I believe that they've approached the city on this, is that they're looking to look at what is a feasibility study. And so they have money to conduct a feasibility study, but the challenge is finding a professional to do it. And so they've requested, I believe of the city, not officially, but they've requested the city that they take the funds and conduct that study. And so this could actually be, depending on what that study would look like, could be a zero-cost implementation measure. But it's something where perhaps one of our consultants or somebody that we know could potentially conduct that study using those funds. And so I just wanted to look at that as if we could do that, and there was, at least direct staff to take a look and see what a study costs. And if it's something where we could use those funds to conduct that study and provide that information, we could satisfy this implementation measure and just have it out there for the community to either act on or to walk away from.
Can you say again what number you're on?
I'm sorry, it's 184.
Page, but which implementation
It's
measure?
third one down, explore opportunities to establish new San Quentin School
Okay.
District. And so this is, and it's particularly germane, I think, because as part of the general plan, the feasibility study will tell us financially if it's even possible to undertake something like that, if we're in common more with a Malibu, or if we don't, or if perhaps the better path is simply to try and work within our existing school system and try and, especially with the question of bonds and everything that's currently out there. I think that this is one of the things that in our general plan, I'd either like to explore it, see if it's feasible, or remove it and focus on, trying to get, work with CUSD and move forward on that path.
Well, shouldn't we put that on an agenda for, at a regular meeting to do that? Or
We-
We're allowed to discuss it.
Well, this is an implementation measure. We need to decide if this is something that we want to prioritize for action.
So I'm feeling like I've heard a lot about the group that they still should go a couple more miles before they approach the city in terms of find their own consultant, find out what $8,000 can buy. Because way back in the day when I was looking into this in terms of what's required from Sacramento, it's really clear what you need to, do in order to secede from the district. So I guess I'd want them to get a little bit farther along before they ask the city to engage.
Well, and without being able to speak from them at this point, perhaps they could come to a council meeting and speak a little bit more about
Why
it.
don't we agendize
There
it?
is, we can certainly do that. There's a critical step here where there's a financial study that comes before all other considerations to see if it has any viability. And
Well,
so I
let's
think-
have them come and talk to us, because you know what, but the other four, well, I don't know what they,
So we'll table it.
Or, no, it's have it agendized in March.
Agendize it. Okay.
Yeah. And have them come forward with what their ask is and how it fits in with their vision.
But if we agendize it, aren't we asking for staff to do a report? Are they coming, like a special presentation
Just do a
then?
presentation.
Okay, all right. Okay, great. So, we did the police services study already. We are on the city clerk strategic plan.
Yes, we are. Yeah. That was subtle. Okay. The city clerk 5-year strategic plan was developed in 2016 in response to the recommendations of the department's operational assessment of the city clerk department that was prepared by Matrix Consulting Group. And many of the Matrix recommendations are technology related, so I have been working in collaboration with IT for the strategic plan, and some of the major items Brian already touched on. The 5-year strategic plan is a phased course of action, which is logical in terms of priority and also feasible in terms of both the city clerk's department and IT's ability to implement without, hopefully, any outside assistance. We started on several of the recommendations right after the study was completed. We focused on the ones that we were able to implement without any budget appropriations. The 5-year plan in itself was one of those recommendations. A few of the others that have now been completed, as Brian indicated, are the electronic submittal and tracking of PRA requests. That has worked out very well for us. We use just FOIA. People can just go onto the city website under City Clerk Services, submit their request, check on the progress of their request. Very easy, and it's very intuitive. As Brian again mentioned, the citywide vendor bid management system, Planet Bids, which manages the city's bidding process, was implemented this current fiscal year. Campaign statements, Matrix had recommended that those be posted online, so we have done that. We are redacting the filings to eliminate home addresses, signatures, telephone numbers. Well, actually, it's actually required when we put those on the web, and I'm just mentioning it because it does give people a certain comfort. So, and statements of economic interest, same thing. Matrix recommended that they be placed on the city website, and those are also redacted. No signatures also is another thing. And we had originally thought that this would be complete by June 2017, but my wonderful staff finished it today, just for you. Yes. Now, our big project for next fiscal year will be the electronic agenda and legislative management system. I think you're going to like that. I think we all will. It's basically a workflow project that starts with people writing their staff reports, goes through the review process through various people. It turns itself into an agenda, makes the agenda packet, it then becomes a template for the minutes, and ultimately, after approval, finds its way into our electronic document records program. And once that is done, then that paves the way for us to be able to give you your agenda packets through electronic means, for example, an iPad.
Joanne, I have a quick question.
Would you miss that?
When it automatically scans it in,
they're already electronic, so they're just working
so
their way
will they
through.
not be scanned copies then? Would they be originals where people could
No,
look?
they can't change them. They're
not change them, but be able to use the programs for searching words and things like that. Right now, we can't do that when the documents are scanned, and I know the public has come in and asked us about that.
I think it's going to depend on the.
I didn't know if
programs
during in this
that
RFP that could be part of it, where the documents, people could use that software to be able to search them.
That's correct, and that's one of the things that we're going to build into this RFP is the ability to the documents won't be scanned. There'll be an electronic signature on the documents, and that'll be part of the
Great.
workflow.
Great.
To answer your question about the scanned documents, the documents that are on the website today, they do get scanned. They get OCR'd by Google, and so if you do Google something that's in one of the agenda packets, it does get a hit. In fact, we've done some testing on that recently just to make sure that that's still the case, because Google has a way of changing the way they do things from time to time. But we did verify it recently. It does work, and they are searchable.
And if someone has iAnnotate or Goodreader or some sort of, they'll be compatible with those so that we can actually mark
Absolutely.
up the, yeah.
Absolutely.
That's great, and that's what the public has asked for. So I think it's wonderful. I just wanted to make sure that would be included.
Yes.
Electronic document management system, an evaluation for possibly upgrading or replacing our current system is scheduled for the latter portion of the 5-year strategic plan. If the vendor selected for the electronic agenda legislative management program, however, offers an integrated solution, then we may consider bringing that forward earlier. Brian already touched on this, but new software for the management of contract and insurance securities. We do have programs, but they're, right now the city clerk's office has an electronic program that tracks contracts and securities, but then in human resources they track insurance certificates. So we want consolidated so that they talk to each other, and a few other things to make it more robust as well. And the module for this function may also be included in the agenda legislative management system. Online portal to public legislative records. This currently is on the schedule for fiscal year 18-19. Again, if it's not incorporated into the agenda legislative management solution, we have to wait for the RFPs to see what we can do and what makes sense to do now. But what that would be, that would allow people to go into our website and track their own public records or agendas. Or right now they could do agendas anyway, but resolutions, ordinances, contracts. And then the final one was electronic filing of FPPC campaign statements. As you all know, we use e-disclosure now for electronic filing of Form 700s. The next step would be to extend that electronic capability for the filing of the campaign statements. It's more confusing and more complex to do that, so we want to make sure. Yeah, so, but we'd like to be able to do it, and I think that some programs are now starting to come out, so we'll see how workable they are, because we want it to be simple enough that people will use it.
When it doesn't work, we're going to come to you anyway.
Yes,
So it has to work.
Well, some people just don't like computers that much. You know, we're having, I think it's about 85% of people are using e-disclosure for their Form 700s. So I'd like for it to be comparable in intuitiveness, that people don't have to have massive training for it, but we're watching that.
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
Going back to the city bid process and the RFPs to be all electronic submissions. Is that going to mean, is that for all city bids across the board? Building contracts, all public works?
I'll speak to
service
that.
contracts?
So we initially rolled it out for just invitations to bid. So right now, we're just doing the bids for whether it be vehicles. We recently did a bid for vehicles, or construction contracts are being done. Eventually, we will also migrate into RFPs. We've done a few RFPs for professional services. Recently, we just closed an RFP for the concessionaires for North Beach and the end of Pier. Just to make it clear, we're using Planet Bids to push the bid or RFP out to the registered vendor who expresses an interest in that commodity in all addendums. However, we're not necessarily, there's functionality there for accepting bids electronically back. In some cases, we're doing that, but not in all cases. So construction bids are still having their typical construction bid opening at City Hall with the city clerk present and so forth. But eventually we will get there. Most cities, a number of cities do now do electronic bid submittals, and there's an electronic signature portion to it, and you can use it electronically. So we will get there.
Yeah, and that's what I was getting to is because we have a lot of bids that you have a bid bond with, and then you need performance and payment bond executions that can be electronically filed, and there's 2 or 3 systems out there now that I'm sure IT will tie into, but that will allow you to do that.
Oh, nice.
So that you can accept, we are issuing, right now we issue bid bonds electronically.
Excellent.
For a lot of places.
Excellent.
Okay. Does anyone else have any questions? Is there a motion?
I move we accept the city clerk department strategic plan to direct staff to bring recommendations fiscal year 17 and 18 projects and initiatives forward through the budget process.
Motion by Brown, second by Donchek. All in favor? Passes 5-0. Okay.
I just have one quick question. So Costa Monica came up with some ideas about the renovation of the parking lot. Frankly, the idea of asphalt there is a little disconcerting. But one thing I just wanted to see if perhaps we could contemplate as a city, I don't really have much interest in necessarily funding any projects there, but I know in my line of business a lot of the time if the landowner wants to undertake a certain project, we can defer a loan for a period of time, say 10 years. We basically defer payments that allows them to refocus their capital in other ways and for the project. So there's no necessarily debt forgiveness, but in many ways you just allow for a deferral and allow them to focus capital on projects that they think are more pressing. So just wanted to raise it potentially as an idea that allows the CASA to perhaps address some of the parking lot issues that they're having, although I'm not too excited about asphalt, but just wanted to raise that question.
Yeah, and when I got that in, I looked into it a lot. We need to do some housekeeping on that situation. We no longer, the lease document and citation, everything actually needs to be a little more tightened up after we've changed the lessor on it and that kind of stuff. And also, they are leasing the property at no cost with they're bearing the cost of maintenance. So they're not paying for any of the usage of the facility whatsoever.
Can I stop you for 1 second? Can we have this discussion now? It sounds like we're deliberating.
Well, I think it might be best for us to public comment.
Right.
I think it would be best if maybe the council directs staff to come back with a report. We provided you with a packet of information over the past week on the lease and some of the obligations that we feel that CASA has and some of the obligations that staff has, and just do a more of an educational staff report as to what we're doing out there on a consistent basis. There was a comment about $30,000 that we're supposed to do in maintenance. We budget that every year. We do it. But we can answer some of those questions that they brought up. There's probably some concerns about asphalt being used for the parking lot with a historical structure like that we probably need to investigate with the planning department, and we can come back with some comments a little bit more holistically.
Could I frame that report and specifically call it our relationship with the CASA the next 20 years, so that it's a very positive report in terms of what our relationship is going to look like going forward? Because you mentioned the driveway. We know there's some issues with some trees. We know that there's a plan for an amphitheater in the back of the CASA. We know that the lease, was done when it was part of the RDA, but maybe there's a really healthy way to recognize how important the CASA is to the identity in the city, and focus it that way. What's the next 20 years going to look like, and make it a comprehensive discussion. Because the things I just mentioned, those are just a few that I've heard, and I'm guessing there's others.
I think that's a good idea, just because, one, I can see if we just direct it purely at the parking lot, it comes away as a negative thing if we don't decide to move forward on it. And then, I don't know who brought it up, but there are other issues down there that I think as a city, as a community, we want to support. Maybe not necessarily an asphalt parking lot, but some of the other things that were mentioned this evening. So I like that idea.
Yeah, and I agree. I think, that's why we bought it from we took it back from being a wedding site and all the stuff that we did back, a decade ago or so.
Oh, stop. That's not
So,
something
yeah,
that-
yes, it is a very important site to the city, but we need to make it fair and equitable to the city and all its taxpayers, as well as to the nonprofit that's running it.
Okay.
I think, yeah, and so I would agree with Councilman Donchek's suggestion. I just think that there are ways that we could get creative to resolve these things. And I don't think that for especially for somebody as well respected as Ruth and Veronica, there has to be a way that we can resolve between this body and those esteemed professionals to make this so that it works. So I prefer we get there sooner rather than later.
Okay, so I have to open it up for oral communications. Is there any cards? No staff member wants to come up that has not come up?
Is there
Dave?
anything outside?
I'm pretty sure Dave
Tom?
wants to filibuster for a while.
Dave and
so.
Tom didn't have to talk?
Oh, but they're-
Tom did. You talk.
But they're too late, because I'm going to move that we.
Okay. So I'm going to close oral communications.
I move that we adjourn to the next regular council meeting, March 7th, in the council chambers. Closed session items at 5 p.m., general session at 6 p.m. And thank you, staff, for all your hard work.
Thank you.
Motion by Dunchek, second by Ham. All in favor?
Aye.
Passes 5-0.
Thank you, staff.
Thank you very much.
Great work.